What is going on, YouTube world? He's Steve. I'm Dave. It's the Insert Revolution podcast, episode number 14. We're going to talk about some pet peeves in the hobby tonight. First, we are sponsored by Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL. So, at some point tonight, we may have some other people possibly joining us. I don't know. Down the road, I know we've got, I wouldn't say a firm commitment, but we have some sort of commitment with Vinny. Make his hopefully on camera debut, even if he doesn't want to. I know there's a button on here where you can like X out the cam if you don't want to be seen for whatever reason, but that's fine because I don't think he's got a YouTube video. And well, what's this?
What's going on, Paul?
Hey,
Oh,
dude, you like left me in the queue for like 5 minutes, man. You're killing me.
Again, it's the old wrestling thing. You have to have the crowd coming. They're like, oh yeah. Well, who's coming out? Who's coming out? Oh crap!
Yeah. Don't talk me up that much, man. How are you, Steve? Nice to see you.
doing good. How are you, Matt?
I'm good, man. I've enjoyed watching you guys the last few episodes, especially because you're a Broncos fan. And when I was young, growing up, Terrell Davis and John Elway, those were my guys. So my dad and I used to watch them all the time, and so I enjoy hearing how you're collecting, adventures when it comes to the Broncos stuff. It's been fun.
Well, three videos so far of the PC showcase.
Nice, dude. Are you having fun doing that? I mean, is it kind of weird making videos for cards? Because I know it took me, probably at least a year till I got happy with how it looked.
Well, I'm one of the old timers, so to speak. I think I hit 10 years. I think it was 10 years on the tube.
Nice.
It did take me a while before making videos, and of course you get more and more comfortable as you do them.
Mm-hmm.
But it is one of those that I have enjoyed doing it. The problem is, as of late, is just finding the time to do it.
Right. Well, I don't know about you, Dave, because you put up a lot of videos, but I have to find the motivation to do it. Because I don't know. I think in my profession as a teacher, I have to be like super organized, and so when I do a video, I can't just like click the button and go, which I think for you works perfect because that's what I expect when I watch an Amish Dave video. I expect a burp and then a bunch of awesome cards and a couple of jokes, and it's awesome to put on in the background and watch. And for me, I have to be like, everything's got to be perfect, and so it takes a lot of work to get that right. So that's probably just why I don't do a lot, but it's fun. I love seeing the diversity on YouTube. That's what's really fun.
I'm sort of in that realm. I mean, like the last one, I want to try to get like the hockey. I don't want to have just a hodgepodge like I used to have. But then again, if I said something, I'd be like, it'd be like a Facebook auction mail day. Then you'd see whatever I got from whatever seller I got. So I mean, it'd go that way. But if I've got like 8-10 Josh Johnsons, I want to dedicate that just to him. Not that anybody's going to watch it anyway. Like not 8 million views or whatever, but when I can go back and be like, okay, I can pinpoint sort of when I got stuff too. I mean, massive insert haul. What was in that? I don't remember. Okay, now I'm everything will start to churn. And that way, if you want to watch the hockey stuff, it's labeled for you.
Right.
If you don't, move on. Either way, I like doing it more that way just to make sure everybody knows what's going on instead of just saying, huge mail day, Patrick Waugh, Curly Lambeau, Brett Favre, James Harden, Messi. It's like, well, are you just pulling names out of a hat or what?
That is pretty funny. I mean, Steve, I got to ask you a question. Like Dave has a pretty broad PC, and what I wanted to chat about, mine's gonna take a different direction. Are you like all Broncos, or do you like to pick a player and focus on TD for a bit and then grab an Elway and then grab some like McCaffrey and that kind of stuff, or are you just kind of all Broncos?
Well, so it's kind of interesting that you asked that question because my collecting habits have kind of deviated and gone down different paths.
Right.
TD has always been the focus since I started YouTube. On the backside, I am a set collector, which a lot of people don't know, and I talk about it frequently on past episodes and things along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
I did go down a path. Crap, I couldn't even give you a time frame. It's probably a good 8 or 9 years ago to where I was pulling a Dave, so to speak. I was working on two patch sets. I was picking up Bronco autos. So any player that played for Denver that had a certified auto in a Denver uniform was kind of like the focus.
Mm-hmm.
And I picked up quite a bit during that time. But in those prime years of YouTube, a lot of my Broncos collection is from fellow YouTubers. So there's a lot of sentimental value in that Broncos collection. So it's one of those that right now it's strictly Terrell Davis. There is not anything else that I even bother to look for these days.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have in the back of my mind this small little list of autos that I want for the Broncos collection because, it's not a complete Broncos collection without certain players, i.e. a Peyton Manning. I still have not picked up a Peyton Manning yet to this day.
Wow.
So that's kind of like at the top of my list.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. It just kind of depends on what mood I'm in, but I've been so intrigued with rehashing the 90s inserts that
Right.
it's all about Terrell Davis right now because I couldn't afford Elway even if I wanted to.
Yeah, is he like Patrick Waugh in hockey? Is he like one of the top guys from the 90s, I would assume?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'd say he's in the top 8 during the 90s from that perspective, from a price point.
Gotcha. That's a good player, though. I mean, I have this envision in my head from when I was younger, and my first Super Bowl watching by myself. My parents were, one dad was out of town, mom was at work, and John dove and got that first down and got spun. And I just remember like the slow motion replay of him like knowing as he jumped like this is gonna hurt, but I'm getting this first down, and I mean that kind of solidified him in my mind. It's just my first football player that I was just like, wow, this guy's just a different breed, So I guess I can understand why his cards would be so expensive, but.
Sucks as a general manager, but as a player and a quarterback, one of the best ever to play the game, in my opinion.
Well, Wayne Gretzky sucked as a coach, so he wasn't the greatest. Either was Patrick Waugh. I mean, it's kind of funny how that works out. But
the same with Jordan too. He's not a great GM for the Hornets. I mean, he's absolutely burying that team. But
at least they've made the playoffs a couple times. I mean, it could be like the Wizards or something. Yeah, could be worse, but interesting.
Yeah, I responded. I responded to that, Dave. I had more, but and this is actually disappointing. I'll share a little story. And Dave, you probably will remember this because this was at the rental house, and I had gone to the shop and bought a few boxes. And I was opening my Leaf certified box, and I saw gold. So I pulled the Tim Tebow mirror gold auto freshman fabric. So it was the quad piece numbered to 25. And I was flipping my crap. I got up and I actually started humping the fake Santa Claus in the corner. I know you remember that. And it was one of those in which I thought at that point in time that would probably be the only Tebow that I would keep. I did pull a Contenders auto and things along those lines. But when Tebow got hot, the Leaf certified materials is the one that I sold because it was the most amount of money that I could get. And I did pull a Topps Platinum patch auto too, and that was one that I was able to part with. But I took advantage of the situation at that point in time because I think I got close to $300 for it.
Dang.
Well, yeah, that you have to. I mean, it'd be one thing if like, um, let's say Tebow was still playing, Jocelyn or Terrell Davis was still playing. You pulled like a monster, then it'd be tough to part with, obviously, because your main collections and you, Steve, with the overall, and then Matt with the hockey collection. That's his main guy. Like with me with Josh Johnson, when he blew up early 2011, I told it here. I've told it in pretty much any other video that I have of Johnson, which is all the videos, by the way, I have of Johnson. That it was his Topps Chrome refractors, or his regular auto was going for like 20 to 25. Base auto. Refractors were going for like 40. Blacks were going between like 70 and 100. The reds to 25. I picked one up during that time for 110, which I was shocked at getting at that price. Because I mean, I figured that thing was going to be like 250, 300 the way he was pitching. But I mean, everything of his was going nuts, and I never sold. Should I have? Obviously, I could have easily came back and picked a lot of those base lower end ones up. If I picked them up for 3 to 5, why wasn't I selling them at 20 to 30?
Right.
Just again, dumbness on my part, but you want to sort of stay true to the player, but at the same time, we don't have a lot of windows where our players are going to be as hot as they were at one point or another. So if it's something that isn't a low serial numbered card, maybe you have 2 of them. Part with one. If you're getting, you put in 100, you can get like 500-600 back. That's a tough pill not to swallow. Right now, I would probably part, if he was hot now, I'd probably part with half the stuff and keep at least one copy of everything. Maybe some of the plates I'd go with, if they're going for like $60-$80, you can't pass up money now. Even though we've always said you try to collect for collecting, but if that fire gets a little hotter, then it's white hot. It's like, man, these opportunities do not come very often. Don't make that your main collecting way. But again, if you can prize some extra money out of the collectors, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right. Yeah, no.
Well, and
go ahead, Steve.
no, I was going to say, go ahead, Matt.
I mean, I think it goes, but that goes for anything. I mean, I'll admit, Dave, you saw that one of those Patrick Waugh cards. It was, I think I messaged you about this. Sometimes you get a card and it ends up being way more expensive, later down the road. And for me, that was a week, because I didn't realize which one it was. And I think when you have a main collecting goal, I think it makes it easier to know that, which one am I going to enjoy more? I've sold off a few Ichiros this weekend, and I had fun picking those up. But I have to admit that I've much more enjoyed. I'm going to enjoy the cards that I'm getting from those sales a lot more than the Ichiros. I mean, they were sitting in a box, and I never looked at them. So I think that's, Steve, I'm sure you've had that happen now that you're like TD 90s full bore. There's cards that you're like, yeah, I like these cards, but I really want those. And so you're able to kind of part with them. So I don't think there's anything negative about that. It's not like you're buying TD with the intention of flipping only. I think that's when you kind of lose the love and the joy of what makes this fun.
No, I completely agree. And that's the thing, Dave, from your perspective, I can understand why you wouldn't have pushed or sold or moved anything at that point in time. That being your main guy, when you collect, you are all in and then some. From like the Tebow perspective, yeah, it was cool that I pulled it and I had it and it was PC, but it wasn't my main focal point. I moved that card and was able to fill in gaps for my sets. I was able to pick up some big TD cards with that. So for something like that, I can do that all day long.
Right.
It's from my Terrell Davis collection perspective. Now, I've been able to sell dupes and turn around and be able to pick stuff up. Because unlike Dave, that's Matt, that's Dave.
There you go.
Unlike Dave, I only need one.
Same.
I,
Yeah.
I don't need multiples.
Right.
And, I give Dave mad props. I really do, because he takes the player collecting to another level.
Right.
And I can appreciate that. But at the same time, and no disrespect to Josh Johnson or Northcutt or, any of those other guys, you can pick up your Josh Johnson stuff for pennies on the dollar compared to what I can some of the Terrell Davis stuff.
Oh yeah.
I know it's been the same with Glass now. He's, I guess I'm thankful he bombed in the World Series more or less. I'll admit it. He's still young, so he'll get it together. But his stuff wasn't expensive. He had that, that logo man that I picked up was way cheaper. If he had 7 innings of shutout ball, I'm looking at 3 times more for that logo man, and I probably don't get it. So, going from A-Rod. 90s cards, which I'm sure you've heard, Steve. I mean, 90s cards in baseball are just like blowing up. A-Rod hasn't quite gone where Bonds and, Jeter and Griffey and, some of those really big guys have, but it was a nice change of pace to go from picking up, everything $30, $40, $50 range to getting, a bunch of rookies for like $5. So, yeah. It is nice. It is nice. I'm curious though. Before I bring up this topic, because Dave, you've picked you grabbing like multiple copies of things, as I've seen in videos and for good prices, which I think is a really fun way to collect too. Because down the road, if 90s hockey keeps booming, you'll be able to jettison some of those dupes and grab a card that you really want, like that one that you sent me a picture of that you're going to have to pay a lot for next time it comes up, the Brodeur. But Steve, do you feel like you're at a point, because I don't know about 90s football, and I'm sure it's similar to baseball, like once you get to a certain point, I think it's like this for Josh Johnson too, Dave, like you're only left with like a handful of cards left to get. That's it. Minus like the PMG and like the monster $1,500 cards, mirror golds. I mean, do you find yourself wanting to branch out again? Because, like with Alex, I'm lucky if I find a card a month, because with 90 stuff, it's kind of it dries up really fast, the big stuff especially. So, you find yourself like fighting, like going off in a different direction, or are you pretty content with just waiting it out till a big card pops up?
Oh, man, that's a tough question. So I was pulling up my spreadsheet real quick.
Well, how many
And
CDs are there? Like 55, 6,000? And I mean, if you
give me just a second, since I've had to split these up a little bit here.
Are you saying that he's got 6,000 or TD has 6,000 total cards that were made?
TD has like a ton made, I believe. I mean, like
so 30,
1,500. So I mean, it's not a huge amount.
Oh, okay.
Or like an A-Rod, if you collected all the way through, would have boatloads. Especially like tops into it.
It's like 5,300 plus or minus a few.
Wow.
But since I made some changes and I'm focusing, I did some splits on my checklist. So I have it, through 2014, which is kind of like my main cutoff year. Mm-hmm. And then I even took it a step further, and then I split it up by total playing years, which is minimal. But if I look from a checklist perspective, through 2001, I'm sitting at 59% of obtainable cards. Mm-hmm. Now, that total does include the one-on-ones that I do own, but they're not considered obtainable in my mind.
Yeah, sure.
So you're still looking at 40% of roughly 3,000 cards, give or take. because those being prime playing years or his playing years,
Right.
that's the bulk of his carbs. That's still a lot
Okay.
to really try and go after. My main focus really is it's the rarer stuff.
Okay.
That's where my narrow focus is right now, because a lot of like your base and your base parallels and some of your low tiered inserts or your insert parallels that are serial numbered to 2, 3, 4, 500, they're a lot easier to find. So what I've been focusing on really is a lot of things serial numbered under 200 and below.
Okay.
If I come across them. Now, there's a few I've lost from time to time. It happens. So the nice thing about the current dynamic of the hobby right now, I'm seeing a lot of those pop up for the first time in a long time. So it's keeping a lot of things fresh.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess Dave, it's tough because football is an area I won't go to. I'm gonna stick with two sports that I know have taken the time to learn, and but I'm guessing with the '90s, because I've seen some of your Drew Bledsoe stuff. Is football, the landscape, is it fairly similar to the baseball landscape as far as pricing goes? Or I know Barry Sanders a little bit because Greg has talked about how much those cost, but is it kind of the same as like the top tier guys in baseball, more or less?
Yeah, you've got like Marino, Emmett, Barry Sanders, Elway, Favre. Receivers, Rice would be really the only one that's super expensive.
Randy
Everyone
Moss is
else,
cheap.
well, but he's later '90s. His rookie stuff in '98, yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
expensive.
Right.
And some of his like parallel stuff, once you get past, well, even again, his stuff, and I've shown him through the years, but I went on like a 2-3 month binge of trying to pick up Randy Moss patches,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got a bunch of inserts of his too, like a 2000 Momentum, like a touchdown tandem with Marvin Harrison. I think it's like number to 21 or 29,
Wow.
because it was a combination of their touchdowns that year in '99.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I didn't get that for more than like $30.
Hmm.
So I mean, there's stuff out there that you can obtain that is really low numbered, but at the same time, you're like, man, I want to collect Marino, and I want to collect Barry Sanders or Emmett, and I want to collect Rice. You're gonna go broke quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially when you start talking about like the Mirror Gold, the Mirror Red Premium Stock, the
Right.
PMGs, the precious metals.
Of course.
You start going in rock stuff, and you're just digging yourself a money grave. Because again, there's stuff you can pick up, and I've tried. I think with Favre, I went through a little Favre phase too, and I'll go back to him because I had a huge collection of him up until they won the Super Bowl, and the money that I could get from that after I put in X amount was just too great to pass up. As
Oh, yeah.
a 16, 17-year-old kid, it's like,
All right.
well, I'd rather get waxed and do this. I'll still collect my Natron means, which that would work out well, but still, I can go back now and pick up some of those bars even cheaper than what then, because
Mm-hmm.
people just aren't looking for them. And if they do, it's not at a huge price.
Right.
I've been able to pick up a case hit here and there for like $30-$40.
Mm.
You try to do that with a Ripken, A-Rod, Griffey, Bonds, McGuire in baseball, you're not going to pick that up. Those
Yeah,
are
depending on the card, for
150
sure.
minimum.
Yeah, they're starting to go there. Yeah, I mean, we all can admit, like, there's two things. A, we wish would have bought certain cards sooner, and B, we're glad that we bought them when we did, because since this pandemic hit, I kind of am looking at it like if I had an emergency of some kind, like I need money now, my A-Rod collection's got me covered because the cards have just gone crazy, especially the ones that share basketball inserts. That's where you get, like, if you can find a football insert like that one you talk about with Harrison, those aren't in basketball, not in baseball either. But then you find a PMG or the credentials or the holographics or the cards like that, you're gonna be shelling out some money. But I contacted Dave earlier, Steve, because I got really excited about starting a new project over the weekend, and it doesn't really have to do with hockey. I mean, even though they're hockey cards, but I really I knew you guys were going to be on tonight. I was really curious about your thoughts on this. Random question: if you could get a rookie card of your favorite player in, let's say, Terrell Davis and Patrick Waugh, what cards, what's the first card that comes to mind? Like the rookie card to have. You can only pick one. and it doesn't have to be expensive, just any rookie.
Are we talking set design? We talking
You like desirability, like this is my favorite rookie in my collection.
Oh, then that's definitely going to be the Select Certified Mirror Gold.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
For me.
All right. Interesting.
Well, for a while, it's only going to be one of two options: the tops and OPC.
Yeah. Right.
If it was like Broderick, and he had a certain rookie,
yeah,
it'd be a young gun because there's a score draft, pick one, and that's basically it. He wasn't in top.
He had that upper deck one where he's got like a red mask or something on, like just a basic red mask. I remember that card, which wasn't called a young gun back then, but.
Well, he's got a young gun, but it's the second year. It's the 92,
right.
93, or 90, 91. So
it's not his rookie, right?
No.
Well, I wanted to bring this up because over the weekend I made the decision to. I mean, I've always been a goalie fan. That was my first love when I was like 4 years old. You can ask my dad. He got me into goalies, and it wasn't really about like their talent because as a kid I didn't know. It was more about how cool their masks looked and how cool the pads looked and the way they complemented the jersey color. And I just, we're about to go through another lockdown around this whole country, which gives you a chance to like, okay, I need something to take my mind off of this, especially being a teacher, there's just so much going on with that. So I thought, I should just get the whole Young Guns list, the master list, and I should just start working on it. And then I thought, well, that's going to be way too expensive to work on even for the next few months with what I'm making. So I need to sell some cards. So that's when I started. I've sold a few Ichiros and that Patrick Waugh that I turned $18 into $175. I felt pretty good about that. It completely lucky. It was not even like, oh, I got a steal. I had no idea. And but I was like, okay, this is going to be fun. And it got me thinking about this. There is no other sport. Not baseball can kind of compare, but there is no sport where a rookie card that there's at least 1,000 of, maybe 500 to 1,000 minimum, right, Dave, with Young Guns because they're 1 out of 6 packs, mass produced. And they're not. There's parallels, yeah, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the base Young Gun. That there are so many available, yet they cost so much. And I went and looked at a Crosby, and they're like $1,200. And this is for an unnumbered base rookie. And you can get a tops rookie of Acuna. You can get a tops rookie of even Mike Trout for not even half that. Like if it's ungraded. So it really got me thinking, like hockey with the Young Guns, they've got something special there because you've got high demand, you've got low price ish, especially right off the printing press, and they're obtainable for anybody, And it got me thinking, like, wow, that is pretty unique when it comes to no other sports quite have that. Like even in baseball, you got to pay a little bit more, but there's like 500 parallels of the Acuna or the or any big rookie out there. Like the Glass now. I mean, he's got like 5,000 tops parallels from 2017. So Upper Deck doesn't quite do that. So it just kind of got me thinking, like, I feel like that's one of the more unique aspects of hockey. Like what it's got going for it that no other sport does is that they put out these Young Guns and you can go get one. They're always out there. Like, yeah, you might pay a lot, but like I really want a Marc-Andre Fleury and a Carey Price. Those are the two of the best goalies to ever play since I've watched hockey. And they're out there. Yeah, you'll pay a couple $100, but they're always out there. If you want a Terrell Davis Mirror Gold, good luck finding one and good luck getting one for a good price. So I guess what do you guys think about that? I mean, I wish there was another sports, to be honest with you.
I'll take this one first, Dave, because I'm not a hockey guy. But
what?
Shut up, Dave.
One day it's gonna happen.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You can try the mixed messages all you want. It's not happening.
I love it. Just testing you.
I will say this, that no other sport has a rookie set that's like synonymous with itself except hockey. When you think of hockey, you think of Young Guns. Ever since they brought it out and it's been a consistent theme, you can count on it every year.
Right.
And so from a football perspective, because that's where my main expertise really lies, there isn't a consistent culmination of a rookie set within any base set that's out there.
Right.
You know, you have your rookie cards and everything else. There for a while, you had like your all rookie team, but that was an insert set. It wasn't part of the base set. Baseball, nothing's coming to mind right now, but if I sit here long enough, I may think of something. But basketball's the same way. It's like there's nothing synonymous with a sport like Young Guns is with hockey. And that's a huge undertaking. You've got some big cards out there.
There's a few big ones, yeah. There's a few big ones. Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that's and I'm going to bring up the whole investment topic. But that is a good investment.
Right.
Rated rookie, yeah, but it
didn't stick as long though. I mean, it was there for a little bit, and then that was it.
I mean, you're right though, Paul. That was what started in the mid '80s, maybe roughly about the mid '80s in through the early '90s or whatever. But to me, ever since they introduced Young Guns, it's been every year. Mm-hmm. And it's been a staple. Kiss my ass, Bob. But no, I think it's a fantastic idea. It's going to be a huge undertaking. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. But that's what I want. That's what I want.
But it's you're never going to lose the investment, so to speak. Mm-hmm. You know, from a Crosby, Ovechkin, Malkin. You know, a lot of these big name guys.
Yeah.
But in the event that you had the opportunity to, it's still never going to decrease.
Well, that's before I know you're ready to go, Dave. I just want to say, just with the goalies, you know, there's still guys on the list. Like I've had to go pay $3-4 for guys that played one game in the NHL, maybe two, because the goalies were in like SP Authentic or Update, right? So there's less of them, and they had a really cool mask, and they were a fan favorite. Like all these things happen and make these goalies who I've never heard of before. And I played fantasy hockey every year, so I knew all the guys that were even decent. You know, that was like, oh, go pick him up. But they haven't lost value, and I find that to be so unique because. Let's say Tyler Glasnow, you know, God forbid, he throws his arm out and he's done playing. You're going to pick up his Topps rookie for 50 cents, $1 at most, for the rest of his life, for the rest of, yeah.
He'll be him.
Yeah. That's so, but hockey doesn't have that happen though, you know what I mean? Like the sustainability is there for all of them. Like I feel like the skaters, there's a lot of skaters that like, totally just don't ever have you a card like ever sell for more than $1. But the goalies, they have this uniqueness to them with their mask design and there's personality, you know. And so I find that so fascinating that these cards have maintained value. I mean, some are cheap, some are not. And but again, like you said, it's the card to have, and there is nothing like it in any other sport. So I just had to mention that, Dave, because he was right. A lot of those goalie cards are still $3, $4, $5 cards, which is more than I pay for a glass now sometimes. You know, it's weird.
Well, that's the because I was looking the same day I lost that Brodeur Duo View auto. I had a Rick DiPietro Young Guns exclusive rookie. I was looking. Like, I wouldn't mind getting that because, again, I remember how much his stuff was.
Right.
It was absolutely bonkers.
Yep.
And it went for like 30, $40, whatever it was at. I didn't even look at the end price.
I was
But
going to ask if you beat me out on it or not, but no, I decided I needed to get away from the exclusives because that's like going for Topps Chrome refractors instead of just Topps Chrome. So I let that one go. I think I won the Yanni Herm though. I was really pumped about that because I love that card. But yeah,
you had DiPietro, you had Al Montoya, you had Kerry Lettinen. Justin Pogge was so big for, I think, Toronto. I think he's like an 06, 05, 06, 07.
His Young Guns card is the best one because he's smiling in his picture. It's one of the when in the picture on the card, he's smiling behind his mask. It's really cool. It's a great picture.
I remember pretty much all the players of like the first round because I'd follow it. Mm-hmm. Even if I wasn't collecting hardcore, I'd still follow just to have some sense of knowledge.
Right.
But yeah, there's nothing. The only thing I can really think of, and it's not a rookie year card, mm-hmm. Topps Rookie Cup. That would be the only thing that. Yeah. But it's not a rookie. It's signifying a solid or great rookie year.
Yeah.
Because you had Upper Deck Star Rookies, which they frankly shit the bed on and went away from it in the mid to late 90s. You could have kept going with that. The first, 30 cards of each thing, and then you had 31 through 60 were like the top prospects. Mm-hmm. SP had the foil cards, with Drew Bledsoe, the rookie, and then the Jeter rookie.
Yeah, the A-Rod his was a foil too, and they stopped after 2 years. Yeah.
And the rated rookie when Donruss went out of the game for X amount of years, and they came back, and that's one of the good things Panini did was bring that back because you have such an older collector base that remembers that vividly. With you see rated rookie, it's something you want to pitch your wagon to. Basketball, I think the only thing I really remember was like the draft redemptions. I love that when you could get like the set. Hoops had it, Skybox had it. Topps eventually went to and I think Kobe's rookie year, and they might have done it the year before. But it was like you just got picks 1 through 30. I mean, that was it. It was like, I got pick number 8. Well, I got Othello Harrington. Shit, I didn't want him. Pick 13. Bam, Kobe Bryant. Awesome. Number 1, Iverson. Number 3, Ray Allen. Number 5, Camby was in there somewhere too. I mean, it's just like, I love that, but then they got away from that. If you like the Crash the Game, the interactive where you have to buy a pack, send something in, and then you get something back, it feels like you're getting more. Even if it's not a good player, if it's not anything that's great, it's like a bonus almost.
Right.
Unlike the redemption.
Talking about the lottery cards, Dave? You talking about the lottery cards?
Yeah, the draft lottery.
Yes, I mean, just from hearing what you both were saying, I mean, Steve, like it sounds what I think is awesome is Steve. He's not a hockey collector. He knows of hockey, but he doesn't collect hockey. He knows about Young Guns. And if you go ask any collector out there that has just a fragment of knowledge about the hobby in general, Young Guns are like, oh yeah, Young Guns. You just brought up Justin Pogge. His name has never been mentioned on YouTube on any video ever. But because we're talking about Young Guns, you remembered he was a high draft pick, and then I remembered the picture of his card. I wish I could show it. It's not here yet. Mm-hmm. But like that right there is like, okay, that doesn't exist in any other sport, and at least to me, to that degree. The Topps rookie, if Topps was still making basketball, which you see how much those Curry and Harden and all those rookies, they did that last year. They had basketball. But I think if it was still around, the Topps rookies would be like the ones to go for. But yeah, it's certainly unique, and I wonder, how they've been able to keep doing it. But it's got to be, high demand, but also you have a high demand along with a high volume of cards that can meet that demand, and they're always wanted, And I think you just don't see that anywhere else. Anyway, what do you think, Steve?
No, I agree. I completely agree. It's synonymous every year. And that's something that you can always count on, and it's a must. Mm-hmm. They're cool cards. And you always allude to this. hockey photography, there is nothing better.
Right.
And I'm not a hockey guy. The photography, you can't beat it. It just, don't give me that look, Dave. But I did want to circle back to something because I don't know, Dave, if you saw this or not. So 357, who also is Paul, by the way, he did ask one question. And of course, you and Matt being hockey guys, he asked the question, what's the best hobby product to look forward to every year in hockey?
I mean, are we talking? I want to break this because I want to collect it, or I want to break this because there's a chance I get a card out of here that I can totally flip one day and get a ton of money back. I don't know. What do you think, Dave?
And I think that's a good question, though, too, Matt. It's one of those in what context?
Yeah.
Because he had alluded he's a baseball guy, but he's thinking about getting into hockey. So I think he's trying to look for some guidance and some advice on what to look for, or y'all's opinion. So I tried to give you guys an opportunity to maybe help out somebody who wants to get into hockey, because it ain't coming from me.
I'd say Upper Deck as your baseline.
Yeah.
Because it isn't going to break your bank unless you've got a huge bank account. I don't know your financial and fiscal situation. If you have tons of money to drop and you don't care about maybe getting, let's say you get a scrub box or maybe something that isn't going to be a great ROI, the cup. I mean, you can't go wrong with the cup. If you've got those kind of funds, is it probably better to let the breakers and the those types of folks bust it and pick up stuff in the secondary market? Yeah. But at the same time, you hit a Connor McDavid patch auto, you're going to be happy. You hit a Taves, Kane dual patch auto to whatever, 6 or 5 or 9, you're going to be happy because a lot of that stuff sells stupid well. Because you have, and we'll come back to this, but I wanted to sort of wrap up the bow on the young guns. You've got affordability, you've got team collectors. Now that you've had it for basically 30 years, you've had set collectors. And then another thing, when they did like the anniversary stuff, because they did like a Brodeur, a Waugh, what would these guys have looked like as young guns? In like I think 2000, 2001, or 2001, 2.
I'm bidding on a Waugh right now that I'm not winning, in case you want it. But I want to say it was like the first few years that they got into doing young guns. Yeah.
So you can get those guys too if you really want to broaden just, hey, rookie. You'd be like, man, I wish Gretzky or Doug Gilmour or Yzerman or somebody had a young gun. That would have been cool. Brett Hull, Madonna. Well, they've got, and they were SP'd too. I think they were 1 in 4, 1 in 6, 1 in 8, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's still a little rarity there. It's not just a run of the mill rookie cup card. That's what they've done well, because they haven't done what Topps has done, and Panini has done recently.
Right.
Hey, there's a Topps Acuna. Well, hey, there's a Topps bat down Acuna. Hey, there's a Topps sideways horizontal Acuna celebration SSSP. Hey, there's a super one where he's like running in a banana hammock down I-94. It's like, how many SPs do you have to have? You confuse new collectors. What the hell's the regular card? Guess what? Upper Deck Young Gun. There it is. If there's a parallel, it's numbered on there. If you get the acetate one, it's to 10. It's numbered. You know that's a rarer card than a base card. And that's what Upper Deck has stayed the course with.
Well, I have just 2 cards to show, just to kind of show why I feel like it's like the best way to go. But it's not expensive either. Like, baseball just went bananas with their prices. Like a Topps Chrome box was like $300 or something. The hobby box, I'm like, that is absolutely crazy. You could get 2 scrub autos, and you would literally have like $20 worth of cards out of that box. Like, I just feel like it's crazy. With Upper Deck, the price point is usually right around $80 to $90, and there's different inserts. You get lots of great names. You have a chance to get some young guns of big time players. Maybe you won't. That's fine. But the young guns you get now, if you open a box now, don't sell any of them. Just stick them all aside, unless you get maybe like Alexis. How do you say his last name? Lafreniere or something like that.
Yeah, Lafreniere.
Lafreniere. I would sell him because people are like already buying pre-sale cards of his, which is just the stupidest thing ever. But a lot of these guys, it's going to be fun to get them and just kind of hang on to them. So that's collectible. You can follow their careers. But like for me, especially when it comes to goalies, like I have a couple of $2 cards here, but it's why their cards to me are the most unique, and that's because of like the way that the mask complements everything else that's going on. So this is Aaron Dell from 2016-17 Upper Deck, and so let me see if it'll grab it. So you guys can see every year they've got the Young Guns logo on there and some kind of design on the bottom that kind of complements it. So again, I just think the card looks really, really cool. There's a lot of art with the card. And then the parallels that you get, I think 4 per box, you can get a canvas, and the goalies always have some really good action shots, and it's obviously like a canvas-y card with, kind of feels like watercolor paper, but it's like an up close and personal card. And so there's just a couple levels of collectability, and they're not going to break the bank, and I think that's why that it just, for me, makes me so excited to go after it, because you can always find these cards of these players. Even if they only played 15 minutes in a hockey game, they have a Young Guns, whereas baseball, you don't see that. So, yeah, I just was kind of curious your guys' take on that, because I don't think it exists anywhere else. And anybody that collects hockey kind of knows where I'm coming from. There's always collectability with those cards, and they don't lose complete value. You know what I mean? They always kind of maintain, or, when the player has 120 point season, then his Young Guns card, that's the first card everybody goes for. Nobody says, I want to go get his certified patch auto or maybe the cup. Like when I grabbed my Tristan Jarry's, though, the first card I bought was his Young Guns. Like that was it. And I that's my guy. That's my favorite goalie right now. But I didn't get his cup and SP Authentic. Wait till down the road because they were expensive. And the Young Guns was $15. So like, that's not going to break the bank. 1 out of 48. Okay. Good to know. But anyways, I see, I see you guys kind of shaking or agreeing. Like, yeah, I think that's something that's just, if you're going to go for hockey, you got to go for Upper Deck. Can't beat it.
Yeah, and again, it's a finite number, but it's not numbered as such, as a finite number. Not like a cup. It's like, okay, there's only 99 McDavids. Guess what? You're not going to be paying $50, $100 for that.
Right.
At one point in time, you could pay $50 to $200 for an Ovechkin, and or a Crosby, and or a McDavid, and or an Austin Matthews. You could pay not outrageous numbers. I mean, some of them are ticked up, especially the graded ones. But you're not paying just stupid amounts of money for like a patch auto RPA type rookie. Right. You can still get that. Plenty of room to grow, especially, again, depending. Some of these guys are late bloomers. The guy for St. Louis a couple years ago, Jordan Binnington. That's one that pretty much came out of nowhere.
Don't say anything. His cars are going to get more expensive. Quiet.
You're going to manipulate the market?
Yeah, no. He has, man. Have you seen 90s hockey? A Tebow sold for like $212. I feel like, first of all, that's ridiculous. Second of all, Dave had something to do with it. So at least I have somebody to blame now, right?
Should have bought it. I told you to buy it.
Dude, I could not afford that. I could not justify $200 for a card out of 100. I don't care who it is. Like, if it was the only card I would have done that for is the other Tebow I want, which I'm not going to, we've talked about from day one. But yeah, I mean, Steve, after I've said this, like, not that you would ever start hockey, right? Like, we've already established that until UK. But let's play hypothetical, Steve. Knowing as little as you do, if you said, okay, Philip, is it Grubauer? Did I get that right? Or who's the Colorado goalie this year? I'm still trying to catch up.
There's a Washington goalie they got That's the last one I remember
Oh,
them having.
Simon Verlamov or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
So Steve wanted to collect the goalie for the Avalanche right now, and he's like, the first card he would go for is the Young Guns. It's just like set in stone, cheaper. There's lots of them out there. It's collectible. Boom, done. I don't think that exists anywhere else in the other three sports. I don't.
So I live in Texas. I know it's hard to
Okay.
believe, but I am a Broncos fan.
Good for you. Don't
But if
don't
it
collect
were,
the Cowboys, man. Just stay away from that.
oh no, I hate them. I hate them with a passion. And I always have. Now I enjoyed watching them in the '90s. I mean,
Right.
they were fun to watch, but that was because of Jimmy. Jimmy made that team, as far as I'm concerned. But if it were anybody from a goalie perspective, it would be Belfour,
Yeah, well,
hands down.
he's super popular, super collectible. The mask, since I was about 5, the eagle mask, like everybody knows about it. And Tebow actually wore a tribute mask of his, just made just like that during his last year in the minors, prior to being drafted, or his junior team, excuse me. So that's a great choice. But again, like he has an upper deck rookie too that you would probably go for. You know, like that's. I think that's so cool that hockey's established that and continued it for so many years. Yeah, buddy.
Double. Is it bad that I know some of these inserts?
No, because you watched these videos.
I know that's the problem.
Well, yeah. I didn't realize they were that thick. Are you trying to show how thick it is, or does it have a big crease in it?
No, the stubble part, like right there, is sort of raised and like I won't say hairy, but like fuzzy.
Oh, is it really?
To represent
cool. Man. See, that's cool because A-Rod, the set they did for baseball was called Stairmasters. And I don't know if you've ever seen it, Steve, but it's got like this, it's like triangle kind of going to the side where their eyes are. And it's not, I mean, they're cool, but they're not that cool. And I feel like hockey always nailed it because they were the last set to come out, usually, of that, like Donruss. And they're like, hey, let's just try this because we hadn't done it yet. So let's try it on a hockey card because we make less anyway. So, yeah, anyways. You have to admit, Steve, even though you don't collect hockey, like there's something unique about it, right? Just like with the Young Guns, that it's fascinating in itself because it's so unique. I just don't think that you can find it anywhere else.
Stairmasters is in football too, by the way.
Is it? Did they do it like baseball though, with like the triangle thing with their eyes, or?
It's more just focused on their eyes.
Okay.
And it's so.
Yeah, because
if I could,
one year.
What year?
The eye, pretty much just their eyes. That's all you see.
Huh.
And I don't remember what year. It was
97 or 98, wasn't it?
Yeah, baseball did it in 96 and 97, I believe, or 97 and 98, like you're saying. They did it 2 years. And, I just... That's what kind of brought me back into the hockey world after I was a kid, was just how unique those... Even if they were the same insert of, one that baseball had, it was always the best of the 4. Like Donruss Elite series, that one that they have where it's all shiny around the edge. You're just like, holy smokes, what is going on here? But I know football did some really cool things in the 90s too. Like they kind of improved upon what baseball did, and then hockey kind of, took that and kept going with it. But yeah, I mean, I'm like Steve with hockey. I'm not gonna get into football. I just can't do it. Like I have my Russell Wilson mosaic collection here that I'm like, okay, it was fun to put them all together, but it just doesn't do the same. You know what I mean? And it's just not another rabbit hole I want to go down. Although it would be quite easy if I wanted to. I'll tell you that.
Well, you could find, even if you wanted to pick up Chris Warren, the old Seahawks running back, you wouldn't be paying a ton for his stuff. He's not in every low-numbered base hit insert. I mean, he's got some one every couple bucks insert. Right. He's one that I used to collect way back when. I've still, when I can, pick some of his stuff up, but it's not. That's the only bad part about me. I remember so many of these damn players. And now that I'm going back and watching those like 96, 97 NFL prime time.
Yeah.
It's like I'm picking up some Carl Pickens cards. I'm picking up Herman Moore because I'm watching their highlights, and I'm like, man, they were really good for the time,
Right.
and nobody even knows who they are now.
Right.
And
Guys at
that's
that level now would definitely be collected, right?
cool.
You know, which is kind of interesting, like you were saying.
Yeah, that's the bad part. But like I've said before too, it also keeps the hobby fresh for me.
Right.
I can and like, oh, there's a Dave Morrow that's a 101. I gotta try to pick that up. A Mike Sims Walker to 5. Gotta get that. And there's the Brodeur that comes in, or somebody, Josh Johnson. I mean, there's a bevy. It's like a cruise ship full of players that I can collect or that I do collect. And nobody, I mean, if one comes up and like, okay, this is one I got to stick with. This week has got to be the goal for a week or two and recoup the funds and then go after stuff. But I lost that Brodeur. Guess what? I can get a few other things.
Well, that's something that I'm kind of curious too. You know, like with Steve is, you know, he is very much on Terrell Davis, like collecting that only. And before I came on here, I guess the last thing I wanted to mention was like Dave and I tend to kind of hop around. You know, like right now, like I'll get a glass now, like maybe once a week, but I kind of can put him off to the side. He's not in anything new coming up. Let's put that aside for a bit and really get focused on the young guns and just having something new and fresh to kind of focus on. Like if I was only doing A-Rod now, it wouldn't be, I guess, as exciting because there wouldn't be cards coming in the mail. There wouldn't be, you know, discussions to be had about the cards that are coming or the collection update. And so I think it's kind of interesting that, you know, Steve has kind of stayed focused on this one collection for so long. You know what I mean? Kind of interesting. I get to put him on here when he's.
Who's this guy?
I thought I gave the 1 second sign, but that's all right. I don't want to be that guy that's like giving everybody motion sickness.
I do it every time we go live because I go
true.
outside, back inside.
But you're that kind of a mobile type of guy, man.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
I don't even know what that means.
So then why'd you say it?
Yeah, because
I can think of like 3
often.
things. That's funny. Bob, it's nice to meet you, man. How are you?
What's up, Matt? So I'm the resident soccer collector here, right? Is that how it works?
The soccer investor.
I collect exclusively classic 4-sport draft. So.
Well, then you've got to have a good Magnon Rayom collection, huh?
Oh, dude, do I ever, man? She was gonna be the next. She was gonna be the next thing, man, for sure.
She's still fun to collect, though, man. I'll tell you that. She's pretty active on Instagram too, which is kind of cool. She goes and likes a lot of her cards.
Who was was there Granado? There was a girl Granado, I think, too at one point, wasn't there?
Tammy Granado.
Yeah,
that's right. Interesting. Bob, are you a hockey collector as well?
I've dabbled. Actually, I retail speaking, I like to buy packs, and there's nothing around but Upper Deck hockey and Upper Deck MVP hockey. You know, so there was one last hanger pack of Upper Deck hockey. Yeah, there you go. I bought the last one at Target today and pulled a mirror to mirror Crosby. So it's like.
Nice.
That's my guy, man. So
Okay.
you're a Pens fan, right, Matt?
I am. Yes, I have been. That was my first sport since I was 3 years old. I had the Penguins Stanley Cup champion poster up there. Barrasso, Yager, Lemieux, all those guys, and I've followed them since since then. And Fleury was my favorite player for the longest time, and then now it's Tristan Jarry, their goalie that they kept. They got rid of the other guy who we're not going to speak of because he stinks. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to kind of come back to the roots, you know, because I kind of ventured off for a while, and hockey is just so unique. We were just talking about, Bob, like the young guns, and even if you don't collect hockey,
I was following along. I've actually, Penguin Young Guns were it's a hole in my collection, you know. So I started looking at them, and you start with Crosby, and it's like, well, let me see what Malkin's going for. Let me see what Flurry's going for.
That's right. You're right.
But there'd be a couple there's a couple guys I think that are I want a current guy I want a John Marino. I want I think I just got a Zach Aston Reese, just like some role player type of people. I love a Brian Rust. I think that's so those are all affordable and they're all attainable too, because like we said, they're out there. You just got to pay for them. It is an interesting phenomenon, we'll call it that, in the hobby.
Well, I mean, just like we were talking about, Dave and Steve, it's like he's talking about getting some Penguins cards. Where does he go first? I mean, it's like synonymous with starting a hockey collection. You're like, oh, who do I like? How much is their Young Guns going for? Boom. With baseball and football and basketball, you're like, okay, do I go Mosaic? Do I go Donruss?
Prism is now basketball, football. Like that's
Okay.
taken the. I would say that's taken the, and it's weird. The flagship for baseball is, more so these days, obviously, than like nobody's buying 94 tops traded Paul Konerko rookies for more than a few bucks,
Right.
unless they're graded 10, and then who knows what you're paying.
All right.
Wanted to say
No, we don't have we don't have Pokemon expert. Only if you want to be the the talking guest for that one.
I've got like 8 cards that my students have given me over the years. Does that count? I don't know.
That's 8 more than me.
It's funny, like I had you buy magazines back in the day or price guides or whatever hobby related editorial you want to get, and sometimes they had like promo cards in there,
Right.
And I remember getting like a Pokemon one and just thinking it was the most ridiculous thing ever. But it's probably stuffed in a box of like that obligatory box that I have no idea what to do with the cards in there because they don't really fit in any other part of my collection. So
We all have a box like that floating around somewhere.
right.
Random crap box.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a few.
You have a few
Yeah, for
Pokemon
sure.
cards, Steve?
I have a few.
Of those boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
Well, you got to remember, I've been collecting for almost my entire life. I've got shit all over the place.
Tell me about it.
I
I've
can
had
see-
to migrate into a second room.
I see all the binders, man. I appreciate that because that definitely reminds me of when you're younger. You don't
Yeah.
see that much anymore. Like that's why I did that binder video with my glass. Now I was like, I think it's so cool to have all of them in a binder like that. That reminded me of being a kid. And the Young Guns is going to be the same thing. I ordered pages, and I'm gonna put them all in the correct order using the checklist and just kind of fill the gaps along the way. And like that's what we did as kids. We just had like pages of cheap cards, and we're like, oh man, I need this card right here, like the Griffey. I need a Griffey to fill this gap. And so it's kind of taking me back to my childhood. I had fun talking to my dad about starting this project, and he's like, oh wow, really? Like even he's excited, and he can care less about collecting anymore, but he loves hockey. So it's going to be a long, fun undertaking, but they keep adding cards, like Young Guns. They keep putting 8 new goalies a set out or so. It's like, cool. I always got something to look forward to down the road. So I don't know. It's gonna be fun, man. What do you collect, Bob? Like, what's your PC?
Yeah, it varies. I mean, so I was a big Randy Moss guy in the late '90s for football. Nice. Curtis Martin, kind of a local guy. And so I really enjoyed them, but I collect. That's why I like Dave's channel a lot. I mean, Terrell Davis, I collected over the years whoever was like the hot stars and rookies. You know what I mean? But personally, from Pittsburgh, so like Pirates and Steelers and Pens. But I collect Austin Meadows. That's my guy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So the Rays connection there is alive for sure.
Sad face.
Right. Yeah, it is what it is. Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
How awesome is it that Meadows, Glasnow, and then Shane Baz got traded for a guy that flamed out with the last name Archer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never to play another game for the Pirates. Apparently, they did not pick up his deal. So,
No,
surprise. Um, yeah, that's gonna go down. I mean, that could go down as one of the worst in the Pirates' history. You know what I mean? Depending upon how those careers pan out. But so far, it's not looking good.
I hope it gets even worse between you and
Yeah,
me, man.
yeah, for sure.
I think that's cool though. Like you say, you collect multiple sports because of like your hometown stuff. Like
Hmm.
that's pretty cool, man. Dave is similar. You know, Dave he goes for a lot of guys, players that he like either grew up watching or from his hometown, or like
Yeah,
kind of spreads his
he
wings out far. It's a fun way to collect, man.
he shared his secrets. I don't know if he knew it, but I mean, watching like old NFL films or just like
Yeah.
old, you see who the studs were. Like, I mean, I think people forget how good like Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp were, but like
For
they're Hall
sure.
of Famers, and but all their rookie cards are. I mean, you could buy lots of 20 of them for probably $20,
Hmm.
and it's just weird to me. Now, will I feel like the way the hobby's going, it's like there's always a group of people like what are people not paying attention to, and maybe eventually it'll get to like rookies like that, but or players like that, because eventually everybody is on like soda or okay, let me try. Oh, so basketball this year is a good example. Everybody's talking Ja Morant and Zion Williamson. Well, I was watching a guy who can admit knows much more about basketball than me, and he was talking about Tyler Hero,
Yeah.
and I
He's a
just
beast.
so I said, all right, I looked up some of his stuff. Basketball was impossible to find in retail packed wise,
Oh yeah, you
so
won't
I
find
just bought
anything.
I bought the singles, and I picked his silver up for I think it was like $18, back when he was still Tyler Hero, just the white guy that played for the Heat, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's $100 card now, which is kind
Yeah.
of cool. Um, so I'm not afraid to take chances like that. Now I have no tie to that whatsoever. So like,
Right.
there is a part of me that buys stuff purely on speculation or whatever. I was willing to that dreaded I word, invest X amount of dollars into certain players or potential studs that then I can flip again the dreaded F word. Oh, it's not a dirty word, but I think it's getting a bad rap these days. But to be in a place where I can sell hobby related items to fund other hobby related, to have your hobby be self sufficient. I mean, I've been waiting for this for 20 years to get to this point. You know what I mean?
Right.
well, that's the thing. If you can find stuff that's dirt cheap or a good value in your opinion, and then you think there's some room for growth, or if it's something cool, you're like, $15, that ain't gonna kill me. That I'll pay 15, $20 for that Hero Silver, knowing full well that Miami's had a pretty good system. He was decent at Kentucky. It wasn't like he's Joe Schlub from Poland that's 7'8", like Pavel Podkolzin coming over here and oh boy,
So, like a novelty, right?
yeah, it's like oh boy, he can block shots. Well, can he run down the court? Because if he can't run down the court, you're sandbagging. So,
Oh man.
but it that's the thing. It's when the flippers come in and just like that's all they're doing. They're just jacking up
Right.
prices on stuff you
Hmm.
Yeah.
wouldn't mind picking up, and then it's like, okay, I can't even look at a Jordan rookie.
No.
I mean, but
No.
that's where the new stuff, it's more or less them doing it. The stuff like that, we've had our chances. And I've said that too before. I'm like, I don't have anybody to blame but myself for not going out and getting one. I had 33 years to do it, 28
Hmm.
before it really started popping northward. It's not anybody's fault but mine. But when it comes to like a Soto or an Acuna or somebody like, man, I wouldn't mind picking that up. Mahomes, we had a short window on Mahomes, and then
Yeah.
Mahomes
Hmm.
stuff.
That's done. Yeah. Too expensive now.
So I mean, if you see the rookie quarterback that's getting the higher pick, that's like, okay, we'll wait a year, we'll get him seasoning. that's the rookie quarterback to throw money at, because at least when he gets into the system, like a McNair did in Houston, you don't have to sit there and, okay, Trubisky's in right away. Good, let's see what he does. Well,
Yeah.
he hasn't done anything in 4 years.
You should be, going like Jake Fromm's and Jordan Love's, like the guys that are sitting right now that are, just waiting for their opportunity. If you were picking up Tua's early in the year, then you were probably doing okay. And now's your chance to, like, if you are into flipping all that, then once they're starters, then their markets explode. Even if they're not that, like, good, there's still a window of, like, okay, this guy's gonna get his chance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go back to 2000, guys. I mean, Brady, you could pick up Brady stuff for $5, $10. You could pick up Contenders rookie autos for $10 to $20 all day long.
I pulled him out of my comment box
because they had Bledsoe. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, because you had Bledsoe, he was doing well. Plus, he was a late round pick, and I've talked about this on here a few times that I can't tell you how many boxes of 2000 Contenders I bought. I bought a shit ton. Did I ever pull a Brady? No, of course not. I pulled every other scrub that there was.
Chris Redmond,
but no Brady.
Giovanni Carmona.
No, not even a Redmond. So it's one of those from an investment perspective. Yes, I'm going to use the term, Carlos. It's always the quarterback,
yeah.
But it's always a crapshoot. You just don't know. I mean, Brady that's very unusual. Mahomes is unusual. Granted, Mahomes wasn't a 5th round pick or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Well, you bring up an interesting point, Bob, because you talked about like funding your hobby, and I feel like that's a really tough thing to balance because you're always looking to grab new cards for your collection. It's hard to say, well, I really like Tyler Glass now, but I've never done this before. I'm like, I should buy this lot of 6 or 7 Topps rookies. Like, if he goes crazy, I only need one. Like,
right.
Get rid of the rest. I've never looked at collecting that way before, ever, because like with 90s, you can't do that. Those guys are set in stone, right? Like those guys are not gonna. Maybe they'll go up, but they're not gonna get any worse. Alex Rodriguez did what he did, and that's done. But with these prospecting guys, it's like what you said, Tyler Hero. It's so hard to like get a beat on that, and you almost have to take a chance to try to fund your other pickups.
Yeah,
So
you do.
It's really tough, man, to figure
It's
that
finding
out.
the balance of just how much you can allocate towards like that venture of your hobby, But then obviously there's something comes up. I might not have. It's not like I've got to go sell something to like afford it. I'll buy it and then I can sort of I've got an understanding with the wife. Like if I buy something, I'll put it back in at some point. I try to minimize how much hobby purchases come out of just the monthly budget.
Right. No, that's a tough thing to do, man. Well,
Yeah.
I think that's why I kind of got really excited about this Young Guns thing, because it can be a fun project while picking up like a $4 card can be just as exciting as getting that, Tyler Glasnow gold rookie refractor out of 50 for like $30, like it's gonna be affordable but fun, and that is something I feel like is getting harder and harder to do in the hobby, because if you're trying to collect anything 90s, Steve, Dave, we all know this. There is no like cheap fun unless you're like, I can't wait to pick up base cards that I've never had before. Like, okay, that's the thing. But if you're going for inserts, man, like you're going to spend a lot of money. So it was
Can
fun
I ask
to kind of.
I have a question for hockey guys. I mean, football. I feel like in baseball, you talk a lot about like, if Whit Merrifield on the Royals was on the Yankees, his market would be crazy. If so and so was on the Dodgers, they'd be superstars. So are there does that hold true for like hockey? I mean, are there premier teams and are there like premier hockey markets? Like, are Canadian rookies more sought after or have like a bigger market?
Go ahead, Dave. This is a you
I'd say
question.
your like original six teams, like the Boston, the New York, Chicago, Toronto, Montreal, like those teams out, they have such a huge following that, let's say McDavid was on one of those teams, you'd probably see a good uptick in price. Mostly, it just depends on how the rookie does. Again, if somebody's in Phoenix, if somebody's in Dallas, somebody's in Tampa, somebody's in Nashville, the collectors still flock towards those cards. Maybe not in droves like they would if they were a Blackhawk, New Jersey Devil, somebody that you know that franchise has been around a while, or who has an Avalanche player that has had a lot of success, like a McKinnon or Gabriel Landeskog back in the late 2000s, early 10s. It matters, but I don't think it matters to the point where it's like, oh, he got drafted by Florida. Aaron Ekblad would be but he's a defenseman, so you have that.
Yeah,
if it's a
that's another one.
goal-scoring forward or a goalie, those guys obviously are going to be sought after. Defensemen are like offensive linemen in football, where you don't look for them. Again, even the big names like a Scott Stevens, a Rob Blake.
Letang's got to be collectible, is he not? Or no?
They're collectible, but it's not like people are breaking the bank for them. That's the thing. It's, you can get stuff and you still can get a reasonable price. You try to get like a Crosby patch, guess what? You're paying out the ass no matter what it is, because it's a big card of a marquee player. It's a Mount Rushmore player from 2000 on.
Yeah.
Letang, the Pittsburgh area, he's going to be really collectible. You start branching out from there, collectible, but not even close to what you could get at a Pittsburgh show or a card shop.
No.
What's the from draft to I know this varies across sports and across talent levels, but I go to baseball because that's sort of my what I'm into the most right now. But you draft players so young, and then sometimes it's 4 or 5 years before you see them. Is it still like that in hockey to some extent, or you're not first round picks maybe not, but I see these hockey kids look like they're still zit faced kids, sometimes, and I don't know, man. Go ahead. You get the point.
With the young guns, this is 20 pages almost. Well, not quite that much. Maybe more like 11 pages. Sorry. Shout out to Hockey Card Stories on Instagram. That dude hooked me up with the full list. You can't find it anywhere. But I was finding all these goalies. I'm like, who are these guys? But if they play a game in the NHL, especially a goalie, they have a card made. And I think that's so cool because in baseball, if a guy gets called up, plays one game, gets a hit or not, he's not getting a card. Not for one game. There's no way. Not even football. Maybe a quarterback when he gets drafted, right? Because nowadays they make rookies of everybody. But I feel like that's so cool with hockey. You know what I mean? You'll get those type of cards that come out, and it's just fascinating to me. That's why I asked Dave to come on the show because I'm so perplexed at how unique that whole idea is with the sport.
So you can get a guy who's got a card, but maybe he just had a brief appearance, and then it's 2 years later before he becomes the starter and the stud.
Yeah, exactly. And they're still. Go ahead, Dave.
For the draft, from the time they get drafted until they make their debut, again, there's a laundry list of first rounders that absolutely flame out. I won't say it's as big as the difference between NFL and maybe NHL, where you do have some solid players later on. So I think Hasek was a late round pick for the Blackhawks way back when. But talent isn't scooped up in the 7th round anymore, where it's okay, somebody's sliding because of character issues or signability issues. It's because people do a lot more with the scouting now, and the draftable players, first round most of the time, you'd say in that top 5, you'd see people debuting pretty quick. Within either the first game or the first 10 games of the year. But they also have sort of the baseball deal. It's if you burn up that year of eligibility or on the contract if you play, I don't know, like 10 or 12 games. Then you have to send them down. So at least you get sort of a trial with them. And I like that where it's pretty much the opposite with baseball. Oh, I have to wait for 20 games, 30 games, so they don't hit Super 2 status. It's like, I like that a little better because at least you get to see what you got at the top level instead of somebody going down to AAA and going, man, I can rope this pitching at 350, 20 home runs in a month or whatever. Oh, now they're going to call me. Well, that's nice. I could have done that already. And so they're going to pay me less money. It's like, well, where am I going to have my allegiance there? But yeah, hockey, most of the guys in that first round, probably within 3 years. And that, but you still have, just depending on system, player, their drive. I mean, the same variables in every sport. Depends on who's good. I mean, scouting system, Detroit, I mean, they pluck people from like the 5th, 6th round constantly in like the late 80s, early 90s. And that's what formed their dynasty through the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Mid to late round picks. I mean, Chris Draper wasn't a huge top 5 pick, but he was an integral part of all those Stanley Cup runs. So.
Like a Chris Kunitz.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm loving all the Penguins talk, man.
Right.
Appreciate that. Yeah. No, I mean, well, Steve, it's got to be different in football, though, right? Because first through 7th round, man, all those guys have a chance to contribute right out of the gate. I feel like it's got to be the sport. I mean, basketball, obviously, there's only 2 rounds, so of course a lot of those guys get a chance to play. But football, I feel like that's what's so fun about watching the draft, because like the guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. I mean, look at the Seahawks, and that's my football team. But the Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor defensive days, none of those guys were like super high picks. Those guys were all like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, and that team just became unstoppable on defense. I mean, I feel like football, that's got to be like something cool. Like when you're watching the Broncos draft, Steve, I'm guessing you're like, okay, let's see what they do after the first couple rounds. Like, this could really help us out here.
As long as the team is drafting to fill needs, there's always the possibility that there's that instant impact.
Right.
But you also have teams, and it's one of those debatable topics. You got a lot of teams out there that are willing to take a risk and take the best available on the board. And whether or not they become an impact player or anything along those lines is left to be determined. But on the flip side, you don't know for sure if they're going to fit in the system. You hope that they do, but for those who follow football, there's players that don't fit well with the system, whether it be the playing scheme, the play calling, the defensive scheme, whether it be a 4-3 or a 3-4. Look at Shaq Barrett. Case in point. If I'm not mistaken, he was a later round draft pick by Denver. Didn't play bad, but they freaking get rid of him. They trade him, and he freaking becomes the sack leader. I mean, he was on pace to like crush, was it LT's record or whoever's record?
Strahan, right? Am I right with that?
Strahan. I knew it was one of the Giants, but on pace to like crush the record. It's a lot of that system, but from a football team perspective, you go into the draft, you're supposed to be drafting for needs because of loss in free agency, whatever. You're drafting for needs. And, then you got situations like case in point with Brady. New England wasn't in the market for a quarterback. They really weren't. But at the same time, you took a risk, and look what they got. I mean, I'm not going to use the term GOAT because I hate that term, because that is a relative term and it is debatable across any sport.
Yeah, right.
But look at what they got. I mean,
The GOAT.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Perfect response.
I'm not going to say it.
He's close to the greatest that's ever played the game. It's hard to deny it, but you're right.
If you want to talk about Super Bowl wins, MVPs, sure, we can say that, but it's still debatable because you have you have players out there who still hold more records than what Brady does.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, if you're the GOAT, you own everything.
Right.
And he's not there yet. Will he get there? It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to beat Breeze out. I don't think he's going to catch Breeze.
No. That's tough though, man. I mean, because like you look at hockey being so different than football in that regard. You know what I mean? I feel like it's such a unique sport when it comes to the draft too. That again, because like Dave said, a lot of those guys, it takes some time for them to develop outside of the top 20 picks or whatever. And guys, so collecting wise, you can pick up those cards for really cheap and just see what happens. And you don't really do that with basketball, like the guys that are going to be good are going to be good, and that they're going to be expensive. Baseball, kind of the same way, so it's super fascinating.
And then basketball, it feels like you can have the most immediate impact. Like,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I will say this, man. Like basketball, I only dabbled in the mosaic for Duncan Robinson. That's my guy. That's like my. That's what I would have been if I was a few inches taller and really athletic, because that's how I played in high school. But that guy's on like a whole new level, man. And it's just like, oh, I like this guy a lot. Let me go see his cards. Ridiculous prices. I'm like, what is going on? He's just a white guy that can shoot. But so that's why I'm glad I don't like. Basketball market wise, man, I'm so glad I don't even dabble in that.
So yeah, speaking of the crazy basketball market, so like I still get a subscription to Beckett, right?
Okay.
Basketball and baseball, just a reference deal. So like I get this one, Devin Booker on the front. I'm like, Devin Booker,
Jesus, pretty good.
I'm like, okay. So I remember, it's probably been a year ago now, but like my dad and I were buying on clearance 2015-16 Donruss like fat packs, and that you'd go into Big Lots and that's all they'd have 10 packs, but they'd all be that, and nobody's buying them because it's Devin Booker, Karl Anthony Towns, Porzingis, Djokovic. Like those are the rookies, they and none of them were more than $8 in the Beckett. And then this comes and I look up this card, Devin Booker. It is $120 and going up in the Beckett.
Dang.
It was $8. Like, but so then you go to, that can't be right. It's like they're selling for like $40 though on eBay raw. And so I'm like, can I gather these fast enough to sell them fast enough?
Right.
But I've also done that and then instantly regretted it 6 months later.
Right.
Because then the basketball, it just continues to get crazy, and that, I don't know, man, it's like stressful almost. I almost just want to get them out of here, like, and just be done with it and wash my hands of it all.
So Bob, would you consider that one of your biggest pet peeves in the hobby then?
What? Like
trying to get on topic.
Oh yeah. What is the topic? We have a topic right now?
Yeah.
We always have a topic, but sometimes we get to it. Sometimes we don't.
Devin Booker. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I missed that.
I thought it was Pokemon.
No, it was Young Guns.
Young Guns.
Young Guns took over the conversation.
Well, I just wanted to come on here not just because of Young Guns, but I really wanted to see where your guys' thoughts would go in regards to that. It's kind of like a phenomenon because it's established and it's continuing to do so well, but yet the print run is so high. Like those Donruss. There's probably 5,000 Devin Booker Donruss cards that were made, yet people pay $40 for them because so many people are like, I want a Devin Booker card. This is the cheapest route. There's a lot of them. I want it. But I feel like hockey is like the perfect example of that. And it's speared some cool conversation for sure. Like you just said, I want these Penguin rookies. Well, let's get some Young Guns. You didn't say, I should go look at the Cup or I should look at, Ingrained or some crazy high-end product.
I honestly don't even
Dominion.
know any other product. Like, other than O-Pee-Chee and O-Pee-Chee Platinum, like, I don't know any of them anymore.
Right.
Like, I really don't.
Do they still do Dominion?
No, Panini's out. They're out of hockey. I would love to see. They make Topps NHL stickers, so I don't know how they've been able to make that work without diving in. I really don't want Topps to get into hockey. I mean, maybe I'm like a purist, and I just Upper Deck is doing just a fine job. I don't need a Topps rookie card showing up with all these guys too. Like, oh, it would dilute the market. There'd be too much. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the basketball market is volatile, man. I like in a completely a whole nother level beyond any other sport, and I like you said, it's stressful. I don't even venture into there. I stay away.
Yeah.
I'm glad I moved all that stuff when I did.
Yeah.
It was stuff I can't say care about because I bought it, but it wasn't stuff I was attached to. The only thing I really missed or am gonna miss is the Durant auto, but that was with the Oklahoma City uni. So I mean, he's already been to Golden State and now to New Jersey, Brooklyn Nets. So people
And then
don't.
the next team that becomes good, he'll go to them
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, nobody cares about unless it was LeBron with Cleveland or LeBron overall because that's again a transcendent player.
Yeah.
It's not like anybody wants like Dwayne Wade, Chicago Bulls stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about it.
Yeah.
They want Miami Heat.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, Paul, I miss Topps Chrome for football.
I think that'd be
Man,
good
I miss it.
for overall sport. I mean, if every sport would benefit from that.
But that's where Prism is capitalized with their Prism. They're not called refractors. What are they called, Bob? Like the
Silver. Yeah,
They're called
silver
prisms.
Yeah.
Okay,
Silver
prisms. So hockey. It's weird because they don't have that. You know what I mean? They don't. They don't have a refractor rookie. You might find a shiny parallel like the high gloss, obviously, but those are out of 10. The clear cut, those are acetate. There is
Canvases aren't like direct parallels, right?
Yes and no. It's weird because like they're not worth that much more, although they're rarer. You know what I mean? That's another whole phenomenon. I'm kind of like caught off guard by. Like if you go find a Carter Hart, which I just got my only one I'll ever get. That was $60. Like, okay, I feel pretty good about that. But his canvas rookie is like 30% more. And you would think because it's so much harder to pull, it would be like twice as much or 3 times as much. It's not. So it's weird. You know what I mean? Like the young guns are in such high demand. They're like, I don't want a canvas. I just want the actual base rookie.
That's that's how I feel about it. Like the canvas, like I'm not going to be upset about getting a nice player in a canvas, but I think I would rather like the pure rookie,
Right, which is different because like Steve, if you want if you could get a Terrell Davis rookie card, you'd probably say, okay, well, how about the refractor, right? Like you wouldn't say that in hockey because it's like, well, I don't want the canvas, I just want the pure. It's just different, guys. It's just so fascinating to me that it's so unique in that aspect.
Yeah, he missed the Topps Chrome rookie refractor wagon.
Man. It's a bummer.
96. 96 was the first year. So
I know, dude. That's too bad. Like, can you imagine like if he and like Elway and Barry Sanders and all these great players, Brett Favre had a Topps Chrome refractor rookie? Whew.
Does he have a finest refractor? 95 finest? No, he doesn't have a finest.
No.
Terrell. So the mirror gold is like the shiniest one you got.
And I don't think he's got the Bowman Best, does he? So yeah, you missed out on that and the first, so.
Nope. Mirror gold. That's his top of the line, shiny.
Yeah, and the canvas too. It's weird, Bob, because like not all the players get it. Cause like there's a Penguins goalie this year and coming out in Series 1, Emil Larmy. He's a guy who'd been in the minor leagues. He took over Jari's minor league spot last year, and he and Casey DeSmith split the time there. But he doesn't have a canvas this year, which I was like, wait, what? Because I didn't quite understand. I thought they all got them. So yeah, like he's saying, the checklist is like half or something for the canvas guys. It's really strange, man. It's a whole new world that I'm like, I've walked into the store and everything looks really cool, but I have no idea what I'm looking at. It kind of feels like that right now. I'm still kind of figuring it out.
So if Crosby's the number one young guns to get, who's number 2, McDavid or Ovechkin?
Yeah, McDavid, I would say, right?
You think?
Or Zoe.
I don't know.
It's got to be like a push by now. I mean, it's still. I think Ovechkin is still pretty reasonable considering
He
the
is.
trajectory he's on.
I want an Ovechkin one. As a Penguin fan, I'm okay admitting that. Like,
Oh, come on, man.
I don't, man, that guy, like, he's the guy that you never, like, I don't like, but, like, if he was on your team, like, you would
Yep.
freaking love him, you know?
That's how Brady is, you know. That's every time the Seahawks play the Patriots, like, here we go. I got to watch Tom do his thing and whip it over to Gronk, and then here comes
Yeah.
Edelman out of nowhere for a 50-yard juggle touchdown. Like, oh, I hate this guy. But you got to show respect to the guys that are really that good, for sure.
I like that comment, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Paul. I was just showing off that that canvas card that I had of Olmark, and the card looks just it's awesome picture, especially with the goalies, man. It's like these epic shots, and they're making a great save, and yeah, it's cool.
Oh, I didn't
Maybe
know
we
that.
missed out on the,
Really? I didn't know the Ovi was up in the $1,300 range or $1,200 range. But again, that's the thing. Whenever you guys ever seen a base tops rookie of somebody be $1,200, you'll never see that. I don't care how good the player gets. Luis Robert, he could win 5 MVPs and it's still going to be like $300.
Yeah, Trout
You know?
it's the anomaly.
But
Yeah.
what is
I mean,
what is
that
what is the
wasn't-
Trout going for right now? A base Trout, ungraded. How much would you pay for
Probably
that?
$1,000. I mean, I would say-
Really?
I was going to say 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know it had gotten to that point, but
Yep.
you're right. It is
Well,
an
you
anomaly.
you said Crosby's at 12 or 13. I looked at him 4 or 5 months ago. They were like 800 or 900. So it's
Well, you can thank COVID for just making this market absolutely bonkers, man.
yeah.
But I just think it's so interesting. Other than the Trout, like there's so many of those Crosbys out there. There's got to be a couple thousand, maybe 1,500 of them, but yet they always sell for that much. Other than Trout, you just don't see that anywhere else. And so yeah, it's a super fascinating, super fun to kind of dive into. You know, I was looking at the most expensive young guns list, and I was like, okay, I expect a lot of these guys to be on here, but a lot of the modern guys just have like climbed because their popularity is so high. And like the Austin Matthews and obviously Carey Price, I should have grabbed his before the playoffs started. That wasn't very smart.
So next year, hockey has like isn't there like the next Crosby like guys entering it?
Supposedly.
Or yeah. I just feel like I heard that argument. Well, maybe that was on Carlos's stream where like hockey hasn't had like a guy for a while, but now like this draft is supposed to have the guy. I don't know.
Alexis, yeah. His rookie card, there's like a shot of him, like Upper Deck took a picture of him in his gear just like skating or whatever. And people are literally pre-selling that card, and it's up to like $300 and stuff. It's just like, oh my god, like it just shows you how ridiculous the hobby is, but in a good way, right? Like there's more going on with the hobby now than there ever has been. So
It's all about the hype.
all right,
What are Prism football hot boxes? They're like $1,000 already, like pre-sale. It's crazy.
That one shocked me. That's Prism.
No, that's true. I mean, that's crazy to me.
Would I buy into that ever? No. But again, I can see where everybody else, you got all these influencer type people out there that are just pumping the shit out of Prism. That's where it's at. Prism. And then they can, whether it's right or not, they can be like, well, look at Mahomes. Look at Deshaun Watson. Look at Zeke Elliott. Look at Wentz. Yeah. I mean, not as much as the previous two. Look at Lamar Jackson. Like, well, you got Joe Burrow, who's been very good for Cincinnati. Tua coming in and doing well. You've got players that you got a strong rookie class, and I mean, that's only going to add gasoline to that fire. So,
Chase Claypool, I mean,
all
over him.
What I find interesting though is Chrome never obtained that like esteemed pedestal almost from a price point. Now, you go back, you look at rookies. Aaron Rodgers is not cheap. You go back even past years. Breeze is not cheap.
I think even Manning's Topps Chrome rookies are like
they've spiked.
Yeah,
they've
like
spiked
over $100.
Yeah, they've spiked. Everything has spiked from a Topps Chrome perspective, but the reason for that is because they no longer make the product. And it's so you have your base, then you have your
They don't
Topps
have a
Chrome
prism.
variation.
Right.
But at the same time, Topps Chrome is Prism.
Yeah.
Prism is Topps Chrome.
Yeah.
Finkel
And
is
to
Einhorn.
me, and Finkel is Einhorn is Finkel, yep. But if you think about it, me personally, Prism photography fucking sucks. It
The
is, it
drizzling,
is like, do what?
it's the drizzling shits.
I just,
But it's
the
got etching.
photography, I don't care. The photography, it's boring. It's plain. It's blah. You look at Topps Chrome, granted, it's the same card typically that Topps produced, but in chromium finish. But at least there was some aesthetically pleasing
Well,
aspect of the card.
Chrome puts it in perspective of like gameplay. Like doesn't Prism just like silhouette the player on a Chrome background? Like Topps Chrome, like I'm thinking of the Manning rookie. Like he's on the field throwing the ball, you know, and it's sort of it adds something to that card in my opinion. Yeah, I was looking through, found a Travis Kelce Prism rookie, and it's literally just him. Can't even see his face. It looked like he just caught a ball, and he's like his head's down, and it's on a silver card, and that's it.
It's all from the rookie premiere photo shoot. That's all they are. It's just them running around like idiots.
Yeah, in like practice clothes, right?
I will say that even though I only have I was showing this some Russell Wilson mosaics. I will say that like the pictures on the mosaics, like I really like this kind of idea, and I think hockey does that too. Is they got the whole player in there, and I think that when it comes to football too, it's nice to get that kind of a shot in Prism. Yeah, I don't. Every time I look at them, I'm just like, man, these are like the card to have. I've never really understood that. I'm glad they don't make hockey because maybe with the goalies it'd be different because like with the mask you'd like those close up shots, but with football it's not the same. The helmet covers up too much, so I feel like the full player shots would be more like a Topps. If Topps made football, they'd go that route,
But from a mosaic perspective, it's borderless. So I mean, that is aesthetically pleasing. Prism has borders, and Prism is blah.
Yeah.
Everybody can disagree with me. I don't understand the Prism phenomenon because I've always been a Topps Chrome guy. It crushed me when I found out that Panini had sole ownership of producing NFL products.
Yeah.
Because every year, Topps Chrome was a thing for me. I always picked up a set. Topps Chrome rookies always, okay, I can't say always, but your big name guys typically increase in value over the years. And Topps Chrome was always a highly sought after rookie. Maybe, the refractor was always more sought of than, the base rookie. But at the same time, from an affordability perspective, it was still, I wouldn't call it flagship, but it was still in, your top 5 once from a rookie perspective if all you were going for was base rookies. Prism I've never understood why Prism has such the cult following other than the fact that that's the only option that there is these days.
Yeah, well, basketball has got to be somewhat of an influencer there. I feel like that market just kind of pulled like, okay, can't afford basketball, let's dive into football, or can't afford that, let's dive into baseball. Like I feel like that set is, football and basketball. It's like it's become the one to go for in basketball. So football, people do the same thing. I'm like, all right, guess this is the one I'm going to chase. I don't know. That's my take on it.
Well, and basketball had Topps Chrome though too for years. So it's one of those in which I just it's interesting to say the least. I mean, I can't say that it has anything to do with current market conditions or where we are in experiencing what we are in 2020. It's one of those things that somehow, shape, form, or fashion that Prism has been put on a pedestal to the extent of pure insanity, and I don't understand it.
I think football a lot of football products that come out, all the rookies are in their college uniforms. So that's kind of, I think that's a deterrent for some people. But so by the time Prism and Mosaic come out, like they're in their pro uniforms, and I think that adds an appeal for certain players. Yeah, I'm not sure about the phenomenon. When I just got back in the hobby like 3-4 years ago, I opened up a Beckett and I had no idea what panini even meant. Like, what was it?
Sandwich.
And where did it come? Like, yeah, right, panini. I mean, isn't that? I don't eat those sandwiches because those are like healthy sandwiches, aren't they? But yeah, so I kind of had to learn what all that meant, and there was no Tops football anymore, and didn't know how to process that.
Right.
What I'd say is two of the factors are, and again, this might change down the road, where you have a lot of the collectors from like maybe the 2000s, maybe they dipped out for the last 10 years or so. Maybe in the next 10 years, those gals come back, and Topps Chrome prices start going up because all you see with all, again, the influencers and whatnot, all you see is Prism silvers. That's what you want. You want the silver. You want the optic silver, Prism silver. That's all they're pimping for the main. If you don't want the NT, RPA, something like that, get the Prism silver. That's the card that has the most room for growth. Now, how does it get that way? It's probably just people buying into what they're saying instead of saying, well, hey, get the Topps Chrome Manning refractor. That's a hell of a card to get now before he goes into the hall, because you know that's gonna be one that jumps huge.
Right.
But nobody's saying that because it's not a Panini Prism silver, which I'm in the boat with Steve and everybody else. We know Topps Chrome because that's what we grew up with. You got a lot of people know that don't know Topps Chrome because it isn't what they grew up with. So you see people on Instagram or wherever pimping Prism. That's what you could find when you can find it in the stores. That's what you see. So when you hear Topps Chrome, people are like, well, I know it from baseball, but what the hell are they talking about? Basketball and football? Huh? So I don't get it. I'd rather have a Topps Chrome Manning refractor than a Prism silver of Watson or Mahomes, even though I'm sure I could sell those guys for a hell of a lot more.
I was a big fan of SP Authentic as like my high end product, you know. I mean, we love Topps Chrome, but I don't know. SP felt like we were Upper Deck people. We liked Upper Deck. We liked their products, their photography. All they were just a little bit classier for us.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like, do you know 98 Topps Chrome football? Like I don't even know what color that card is. Like brown or something. It's just not a. It doesn't shine well with the refractor. So if I had my choice of a Manning, I would want his SP Authentic, you know. Or I guess if we're wishing, we might as well wish for the ticket autograph. But yeah,
I would agree though, Bob. From a late '90s perspective, you had
they were numbered
SP,
rookies, yeah.
Yeah, but you had SP, and then it changed to SP Authentic.
Right. 96 and 97 were just SP, right?
95, 96 were just SP, correct. And 94 also, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Yeah, Marshall Falk.
93. So 93 to 96 was SP because 93 was Bledsoe and Bettis and those guys.
Robert Smith.
And then they changed to SP Authentic. And that was like the first real introduction of numbered rookies. And then SP Authentic became like your top of the line rookie for years. And then, of course, they moved into the patch or the jersey. And then you started going into patch autos. So it's interesting how manufacturers kind of develop into what is the norm these days, I would agree. 98 SP Authentic, I've always wanted a Manning. I've always wanted a Moss.
Yeah, that moss.
And to be brutally honest, I would have loved to have the die cuts too, even though the die cuts don't sell for near as much as the base, even though the die cuts are harder to get.
It's just like the canvas
But
thing, like you're saying, yeah.
It's that phenomenon thing. It's that, you just don't understand some of the reasoning behind it. And from a Topps Chrome perspective, 98 was not the best design by any stretch of the imagination. The refractors were very hard to pick up as you're opening packs and everything else. The nice thing about it was you could flip it over and figure it out. But at the same time, it's hard for me to move from a Topps Chrome to a Prism.
Oh, it's possible.
Because it's a recreation of something that's already been done. And like I said, Prism is not aesthetically pleasing to me. The hollows are not aesthetically pleasing to me. I will always go back to Topps Chrome because without Topps Chrome, there is no Prism.
Right. No, I mean, but to go off what Bob said, and I mentioned this before he hopped on, like the SP Authentic, man, that has like this clean look to it, and when I made the decision, like, okay, Tristan Jarry has maybe 15 rookie cards, that shouldn't be hard. The Cup will be hard, and maybe the SP Authentic. Those sell really well, and Tristan, he hadn't done a whole lot. I mean, he did okay, but when I picked them up, they were still expensive. They have that clean, white, pure look to them, And man, can you imagine if SP Authentic had, like if Pat Mahomes SP Authentic rookie auto at a $9.99 existed? Holy smokes, man! That card would be ridiculous.
I play that game with players and products all the time. Like if Jeter had a '93 Topps Finest refractor rookie, if Brady had a Topps Chrome refractor rookie, Topps completely missed the boat on Brady. It's fun to play that game sometimes if they would have had that card.
Right. No, but I mean, I'm with you on that. Like if you are looking at rookie cards, man, nowadays, because hockey, Upper Deck does hockey only, SP Authentic is your number 2. If you say, okay, I want a John Marino, you grab the Young Guns for cheap, and then you run over and you try to see if you can get the SP Authentic. Because
after I sell some Devin Bookers, I can afford it.
You're in a gold mine, dude, for sure. Yeah, I know. I got that.
And I also collect guys like this. Scott Blewett.
And he's a pitcher? Oh, man, that's like the worst.
His last name is Blewett. Pitt football had a kicker named Scott Blewett. I was like, I got to know if this is the same guy, but it's not, I don't think.
I got to give a shout out here. This is completely random, but my high school coach, my last 2 years, his name was Mike Blewett, and may he rest in peace. He was a pretty fiery guy, and we made that joke lots of times when we do it. It's like, yeah, our coach Blewett, But yeah,
we used to make a joke about our coach about his pants being so tight we could read his ID through his pants. So.
That's funny. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
I think a lot of the stuff too now you don't have with Panini. You don't have, as we've discussed, like the background photography. Everybody says Stadium Club, some of the best photography out there.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'll agree with that.
You see like a National Treasures, you're just seeing one player generic card.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing Flawless, same thing. You're not seeing. If you had like maybe a window around it, then you had the foil accentuating the picture, and then you had your Flawless wherever it was at, and then you had a picture of like the game, like some game, like somebody getting posterized, somebody posting up a big 3 being hit, something. I think a lot of the older collectors that have been in the game for a while would be more accepting, I'd say, of Panini and some of their flaws when it comes to photography, when your big cards don't have much going for them other than other people talking. Yeah.
like the
basically
name of the brand. Yeah.
The brand.
Yeah.
That's all you're talking about. It's like, well, if you have a photographer or a beautiful picture on the card, guess what? More people probably will be like, wow, I'm not much into cards. I like photography or whatever. And you see that and you're like, well, that's a pretty cool picture. You can really pick up people in like the baseball stands behind there.
Yeah.
The turf sticking in somebody's face mask, somebody getting checked into the boards and or coming down the ice and like whitewashing the goalie.
Yeah.
Something like that where it's just like, man, that's cool. You just don't see that where people just want to buy the brand and just like throw money at that instead of, well, take a peek out there. Maybe there's something like that out there, like the snow days from Donruss football. Those are cool inserts that Panini did, but they don't. And I don't want it to be done to death, like the kabooms. Those are starting to become. I mean, you're going to have Pokemon kabooms pretty quick, or Days of Our Lives kabooms. I'm like, you don't want to see that. That should be one entity and one entity alone. You don't need it in everything. Like Donruss Elite, guess what? You had 9 cards per year in the Donruss brand. So 1 through 9 was 91, 10 through 18, 92. Don't flood the market and make it less desirable. But again, when they can make money, guess what? They're just going to be throwing it at you all day, all night. Every product's going to have kabooms. You'll find the Panini stickers. You'll have a sticker book, and there'll be a kaboom of Porzingis or Luka in there. And you're like, who the hell did this get in there? And you look on the odds on the back, and sure as shit, there they are. So, again, if they took some more time with the photography, or did a little more with that stuff.
How do you feel about rookies? Like, I know hockey does it a lot, and they did in the early 90s. I don't know if they do it much. Like, just like on draft day, with the sweater and the hat and like... Yeah. I'm not a fan of those, right? I mean,
I will say, like, as I've been looking at, I've looked at more Young Guns cards in the last 3 days. Like, I don't think I can handle it for a couple more days. I need to take a break. But, like, Dave, I shared a picture of one of my favorite looking cards there. The goalie cards where they're just in a sweater. I'm like, I'll get those last. Those are like the worst because that's not why you pick them up. Like the hockey players in their actual jerseys and whatnot are the ones that I go for. And you guys were talking about photography, and it just came to mind that this is why goalies are so unique to collect, because there's so much going on photography wise. I don't know if you can get that or not, Dave, but this was a card that I grabbed of a goalie a couple days ago, and the picture is just perfect. A lot of great color. The framing's done with the goal, so it kind of puts them in the center of the shot already. I feel like it kind of offers a unique perspective on collecting in that way. So I don't know if it's going to work, Dave, or not, but I wish I had it in hand. Maybe in a week or two, if you ask me back on, I can show it then. So,
well, I know Steve will want you back on. We want to talk more hockey as much as we can.
Yeah, that's what. So I will say one thing that Prism has done right, and this is the only thing that I feel Prism has done right.
Oh man,
are the black finites.
Well, and that's like a mosaic looking card, more or less, isn't it? Is it the same technology, would you say?
Since I don't own any mosaics, I can't answer that question. I would have to defer to other people. But the black finites, I mean, these are gorgeous. They
all look like that, though. Like, I feel like Panini they figured out the shine. I don't know what it is. And I joke about the etching, but like seriously, like when every crease in their jersey and pants and like stuff has like shine coming through, it just looks nice.
They nailed it with mosaic. Again, they made me go buy football cards. Darn them.
Have you ever? I keep hearing about the Genesis cards.
Oh, dude. Like, I want a Duncan Genesis so bad because I know they look incredible, but I can't. They're just too expensive. They constantly sell for a lot of money, man.
And they're only in like they're only released in a certain line, I thought. Are they first off the line only? I don't know what they are, but
no clue, man.
No, you can get them in retail if I'm not mistaken.
Can you?
Really?
Okay.
I think you can actually pull the Genesis in retail.
I mean, they're only numbered to 7, I think, right? So.
No,
No, they're not numbered.
Way more than that. Yeah, they're
not numbered.
They're not so it's like a Kaboom where it's like a case hit, but it's like,
Yeah.
but they're
I don't.
yeah. Or what are the other ones that the rookie, the color
Color blast
splashes,
or whatever stuff like
color
that.
blasts? Yeah, yeah. Those are the big ones now that are taking off. Or
I
maybe
do,
they already have been. I don't know.
I do got to give Panini credit. Like as a baseball guy, first of all, they put glass now in all their products, so I got to give them like, hey, thanks for doing that, because Topps like totally screwed him, hurt him in hardly anything. But they actually have some really cool case hit inserts. And Steve, of course, because he's a football guy, and you too, Bob, a little bit sounds like you guys know of these really sweet case hits. They actually bring them into baseball, and they use just the right picture at the right angle to
Oh
like
yeah, you're
get
right.
that, and it looks cool. I'm like, oh man, those look awesome. And then you go to look at football like 3 times more. Like, are Russell Wilson downtown? Yeah, okay, that's never gonna happen. I'll just grab Bo Bichette for $50 and be happy.
Right.
But
No,
those
you're
are
right. Like
cool,
when they're
man.
swinging through and you just like you can't see the front of their jersey, you just see their name and their hat
Yeah,
is like yeah, yeah.
but
Austin Meadows has like a lot. All it seems like all his Prism cards are just the right picture that like the
right,
no logo doesn't take away from it.
right, and that's super. Like, I don't know, man. You guys that collect football, like if baseball could get a license with Panini and Topps, I think Panini could do some really good things if they could bring their photography game, like you guys said, to the level that Topps is at with their unique shine and designs and some of those inserts. I think they'd be better in a way. I really
When
do.
I
But
came back to the hobby, there was and there still is, and maybe rightfully so, like a big knock against Panini is in like sticker autos and high
oh
end products. Like I'm
yeah,
paying,
stick.
how many hundreds of dollars, and I'm getting a player with a freaking sticker auto. Like
Yeah, I agree.
that's kind of that's lame. But
It
what is it, or is I mean, Topps does the same thing with like second year player autographs. Like they're just dumps. Like they've got sheets of this guy's autograph. Oh, we're just gonna put him like in next year's Allen and Ginther because you know what I mean. So
yeah.
it's across all sports and all products to some
So
extent.
Carlos, this is a prime opportunity to recommend that Bob go watch the interview with Carvin
With who?
Carvin Chung. He
Don't tell
used
me what
to
to
he.
do.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm recommending something that you should do.
I enjoy Carlo. I was watching him and somebody else recently. I can't remember who it was.
so
Probably
so he had
nobody.
an interview with Carvin Chung, who used to work for Upper Deck and then also worked for Panini.
Oh,
And he
nice.
was a brand manager. So he
I gotta check that
was
out.
responsible for designing some of the products.
Hmm.
That's
And
cool.
he went through a lot of the autograph conversation because it all boils down to contract obligations.
Interesting.
But it's like 5 hours. It's a long podcast,
Ooh,
but it
man.
is cram packed full of information.
I'll have to check
And
that out.
I highly recommend it. And I still have like 4 hours to watch. But I mean, Carlos Carlos asked some tough questions and he was forthcoming with a lot of information. And for those of us who are collectors and have always wondered some of those unusual circumstances for sticker autos and later products and everything else, it's
Yeah.
either use them or lose them because of contracts. So
Like
it's
they're only allotted so many. I'll watch it, but that's interesting. I definitely will watch that. Hey, Dave, minimize me a second. I gotta take a break a second.
Yeah. Huh. Well, before I go, because yeah, I told Dave I was only going to be on an hour. That worked out well. Before I go,
this is our podcast, Matt. You're never ever going to be here for just an hour.
All right. I will say that after interviewing somebody who designed cards for Fleer, it's definitely that kind of stuff. You know, Carlos's interview. There was another interview with another designer. I think it just goes to show like it would be so cool if they could like take some of these passionate collectors, like not the guys that just want to collect and flip because that's what collecting is about. Good for you. I'm talking about the collectors that care about the design and the photography and allow some kind of input into that because or bring those designers back in. Bring Jean Arena back in and have her and her husband design a set for Tops and see what happens. Like, oh my God, this set's amazing. We got to bring them back. I mean, they came up with Flair, for crying out loud. So I think there's a lot of potential, and I guess in closing, I would just say that I'm glad that hockey has. It's almost like they can get away with just like a regular picture of a goalie standing there, because you've got the pads and the jersey and the mask, and everything's very colorful, and it also is framed with the white ice and the white boards, and the glass boards behind that. I think hockey just is so unique because you can just throw a player on a card and you're like, wow, that goalie looks awesome. Look at that mask. And you're not even caring that he's just standing there, not even like making a save or something, So I will say that if anybody is like on the fence about collecting hockey, man, I think it's so much fun to just kind of take a dabble in and enjoy just like even the base cards. That's what we were talking about, Dave. Like Instagram, there's more base card hockey cards posted. Nobody would do that in baseball. You would not see just a base card of, Julio Franco from 1992. Nobody's going to post that in Instagram, but you're going to see a base card of, Ed Belfour, and it's got a great picture of him making a save. His hair, the mullet's flapping out the back of the mask, the Eagles in plain sight, pucks going off the blocker, like that kind of stuff. That's what makes hockey so unique. So, yeah, it's been awesome.
Well, and it's in a class all by itself. I mean, it really is from a photography perspective, just because of the way that the game is. The only difference is from a baseball perspective, and I'll even go into football.
Mm-hmm.
Stadium Club. Mm-hmm. Stadium Club, hands down, has some of the best photography ever.
I'll agree to that.
And if there's anybody that's watching, I will argue until I'm blue in the face. Because outside of hockey, for instance, that, it's just the whole atmosphere surrounding hockey that really gives opportunities for great photography. But from a Stadium Club perspective, hands down, has always been some of my favorite photography ever.
So, I mean, like, I just happen to have that out. Look how freaking awesome that is.
Yep.
I mean, Bo, you got the flow going. You got the big needle in the background. The
Space Needle.
I mean, that is awesome right there. And, I'm not using this to brag at all because I just got lucky with them being listed. But my only full rainbow of glass now is Stadium Club for that reason, because I love the picture on there so much. It's awesome. And Vinny, Vinny sent me a base card of that, and it's the only dupe of his modern stuff that I have is because the photo is so sick. Great. Gosh, can you imagine Stadium Club and hockey, Dave? Oh, my gosh. Woo! If they just did one set a year and it wasn't Topps Chrome, because I'm sure that would be like the easy choice for hockey, Stadium Club would be amazing, dude, with the goalies especially. Oh, man. Like big wide shots of them, like making a save, with like guy coming down on them, pucks going right off the glove up in the air. Like, oh, it would be nice. It'd be sweet.
They just find ways to be creative with the photography. Right. I mean, and that's what, Stadium Club was known for, is finding creative ways to be creative from the photography perspective.
Absolutely, man. No, you nailed it. And go ahead, Dave.
You'd always have like either something from the sideline. You'd have something maybe for basketball when you'd have like the cameraman before the game during warm-ups. You'd have like him underneath the player where you still could see the player's face as he's going up for a jam or a layup or whatever.
Look at that. That's sick.
Just stuff like that where, again, I don't remember who said it. Someone along, maybe it was Brian Gray from Leaf, the current Leaf iteration. They said you have to pay X amount for a photo. That's why they don't pay for so many, because if you're only putting out, and again, for the big guys, they're putting out a ton, but for like a Leaf, you're only putting out 10 products a year or so.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you don't want to pay $150 every time for a different picture, especially when you don't have, for them, because they're mostly like the 6 or 8 way game use pieces. You don't have the room to have like a picture like that. But we're Topps and where Panini, you're hand over fist right now. You should be able to. Hey, let's have like you sort of pose like you're just sitting by the dugout, or you're chumming it up on the bench for a football or a basketball game, and then let's have a good action shot.
Right.
There's got to be a good action shot out there. Don't tell me everybody's camera's off when DeAndre Hopkins goes over 3 people to get a touchdown. Don't tell me that.
That's got to be on the card, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So I mean, and I think of that too. Like, how many of these moments of like a tops now? How awesome would that be? Even if it's just one card, you'd have so many more people going in there and trying to buy that stuff.
Oh, for sure. That's. But
Odell Beckham's 2-finger catch.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. If Stadium Club made a card of Beckham that year, that would have been the photo, hands down. Right? I mean, how could it not have been?
I think was it Topps Chrome the next year had it.
Did they?
I swear somewhere in card form that is a picture on a card.
How about I got a cool Stadium Club picture photo story. So this year, Stadium Club baseball, the King Griffey Jr. card, it was like that classic picture of him at the wall.
Yeah.
So Impact Player Josh, who's on YouTube, is that kid in that shot of like just behind the wall.
No way.
Absolutely.
That is sick, man.
Yes, so he is immortalized.
Awesome.
What was it? What was the original? Was it 94 Upper Deck or something? That was.
No, that catch was in 98, I think, 97, 98 against Detroit. It was Luis Gonzalez that hit the ball. Yeah.
So
wow.
That's him.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I just think, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the Glass Now. I've got a bunch of extras, Bob, so if you want one, I should just send one your way. The Glass Now picture is awesome, dude, because he's like right in the like middle of his delivery and the face is grunting, the hair is flying. Like, it's perfect.
Picture face.
Yeah, dude. They nailed it. Can I make this the last thing I talk about? Then I'll let you guys, the 3 of you, have it because I'm gonna bounce. But for me on that, I just went to hockey for this. Like when I see better content, I'm thinking, okay, like the cup, right? Would I rather have the cup of Tristan Jarry or the Young Guns card, which is like cheap, but it's an iconic card. And just like with Topps Chrome Refractors, that is the one. It carries more weight. It's more affordable. It's readily available. It's a card that people are all going to talk about. And I think so. That's I would go for the cheaper, but with a way better photo. Absolutely. Because his cup photo, you only got his mask and then there's a patch and an autograph. So I don't know. I like seeing the whole thing, the whole setup.
I feel like how you answer that question determines what kind of collector you are. Like that's like a vetting question I would ask a collector, and to know if like you're real or if you just got into the list 6 months ago.
So you're saying the first choice is the 6 months ago. The second choice is like I've been collecting since I was a kid.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head. What do you guys think, Steve and Dave? I'm curious. What do you guys?
Well, I was just going to ask for a clarification question. What's your definition of content? Are we talking inserts, parallels, variations? We talking about jerseys, autos, patch autos?
All of the above, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the way I'm taking it, but at the same time, it could be meaning something else.
I went to rookie cards right away. Sorry, that's where I went.
But I get that. Me from the '90s, I want better content. I want,
yeah,
and
I'll give you that.
Okay, so, and that's why I asked for the clarification, because me being a '90s guy, I love the inserts. I love the parallels, and you don't get a lot of that in some of the newer stuff. So a lot of the great designs, prime years for the guy that I collect. Mm-hmm. So if you want to call that content, I'm going to lean towards the 90s stuff because, yeah, some of the photography is but that's also where a lot of the innovation comes in. So that could also be considered content.
I mean, there are low-end products that have, like like 93, 94 Ultra basketball with like the Scoring Kings. It was a cheap product. I mean, Chris Webber, Anthony Hardaway rookies, but if you can pull that Jordan, then I mean, so like I would think like the content, like Fleer Ultra had some awesome inserts over the years,
Yep.
but
They sure did.
I don't feel like it's a premium product by any stretch of the imagination, as we like to say on this show. So I don't know. It's tough to gauge that. I mean, might be a case by case situation.
I think Eras is where, like, he nailed it. Sorry, Dave. I know you're about to say something, but I think Eras nails it. Alex Rodriguez, one of my favorite cards that he's ever had is the Ionics Holographics. That's from '99. I know football has those as well. I know basketball has those. Hockey, unfortunately, does not. The picture of A-Rod is not great. He's doing a check swing, so he's either striking out, fouling it off, or hopefully not getting punched out on the third strike. But the design is like one of the greatest, most fantastical things that exists from the 90s. So it's a top 5 card for me, hands down. But then modern, yeah, the second choice. If we're talking about modern, easy. I want photography and a cool looking card over the mega national treasures thing. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I mean, Dave, what do you think? Because you and I do both. So
yeah, better content. Yeah, now I'd want to have that where I miss, and again, they have the update set for tops like baseball. I miss like a second series card or like an early season card. Instead of the stupid on the side, you have like the small print traded to wherever. Have the banner across that says traded, or on top traded.
mm-hmm.
It brings more attention to the card. It doesn't do it in a way that it distracts from the card.
Right.
I like the older stuff more so because you had deeper checklists with a lot of stuff. You weren't always getting the same 4 to 6 people from every team and then whatever batch of rookies. I like, not because I'm a set builder, just because you see different players on teams that you normally don't see. Mm-hmm. Like the Jason Elam rookie. I think that's 93 SP. What else is he in? He's not Vinatieri, Pacific Philadelphia. You don't have him in anything else except a Pacific Philadelphia card, so you know if he goes to the Hall of Fame ever, that's the card and that's it.
Yeah.
There is nothing else. Today, I know Bowman does a ton with that stuff when you're trying to get everybody that's signed internationally, every draft pick. I'd rather have them come out with a boxed set of draft. You want to have the true collectors buy this, and don't even have. You may have, let's say, because you're gonna probably blow your load on all the print runs, but just have it as a refractor, X-fractor. I don't even want to say blue and orange because I don't really care, but like a gold, and that's it. You don't even do supers, which would be tough for them to do. Have the complete set, or especially for baseball, do everybody that's drafted produce a set from pick number 1 to the last pick in the draft. Would that be a bear to try to put together? Yes. You want to do something that appeases current collectors and older set collectors that like depth in sets and the more content, and be like, okay, maybe there's a Piaz on here. Maybe there's somebody else that's like in the 35th round that comes out and shows everybody something that nobody thought they had. Right. That's fine. But again, you're not just giving the collector the same game every time. You're doing something different.
Yeah, nice.
The 98 SPX. Something like that where it's just
perfect.
You've got so much on there. You don't have a huge set, but at the same time, the innovation with the regular set, plus all the inserts, that makes it worthwhile. So you can bundle that and say, okay, I'm not going to be going for a 300 card set, but these inserts that are like 1 in 54, 1 in 112 or whatever, you're like, man, these cards are awesome. These are the cards I like. Instead of, I got a red silver, red refractor, or whatever Panini Prism, number to 199. yippee. Nobody cares
Yeah.
unless it's a big rookie.
Yeah.
So I want photography, depth. I don't need patches and autos and everything. That's where
Right.
we've talked about it plenty of times. Everybody, Pacific killed themselves because that's what they wanted to do. Instead of going keep on that insert route, maybe one or two game jerseys or patches.
Right.
They didn't do it. They just threw all their money into the game used, and then people are like, one game used the pack. Oh boy, that means nothing. I don't want a Rick Aurelia bat card because nobody cares.
That's funny. No, you nailed it. And I guess in closing for me is you were mentioning all those things, and Bob, you were gone, but we just talked about the Crosby. Like, you can go get a Crosby rookie from another product that's numbered and pay half or a third, as you will, for the young guns. Yet there's twice as many, 5 times as many young guns out there. That is why I love that hockey still has that iconic rookie card every year for those players. And
when did that start with him? Like,
no, it officially started in 2000, 2001. I believe that was when they put a lot of players out in the young guns. At least that's what my list says. There was a Luongo that they put out, and then the Bure, Pavel Bure, he has the young guns, but it wasn't like every rookie had it type thing. So,
no,
I mean, like,
Fedorov might have had one too.
Who?
Maybe. Sergei Fedorov.
Oh yeah, you're right. But it was kind of like it was called a young gun, but they didn't do this many in 1 year type thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So
was it like a throwback thing because they entered?
I don't think so. I mean, like the Bure was his first Upper Deck card. It said Young Guns on it. I have that in it. But
he's like in his rookie, like Russian jersey or something, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but his first card that he had when he started playing, he's in rollerblades and he's sitting on like a side of a. I was a card that my aunt bought for me when I was a kid.
Pinnacle.
Yeah.
Oh, the Pinnacle card for sure.
So it's they started in 2000 and 2001 in it, and then they took. It looks like they took a break during the lockout, and anyway, so they've been doing it ever since, and I just think that's so fascinating that those young guns, man, they just they are the card to have, and like people are like, oh yeah, like I got a Jari numbered out of 130 and I paid like $7, but his young guns was 15, and there's like 5,000 of them. So like just think about that for a second. I think that's why I'm in this place that I'm excited to, because I know I can find them. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm saying I want every cup patch rookie auto from 2005, 2006 of every goalie or something. Like that's never going to happen. They're not out there, and they're too expensive. So anyway.
Well, and even if it's something that you wanted to open, and pull some yourself in newer years, you always have that opportunity.
Yep, that's a good point. Right, because Steve, you're not going to go buy a box of 98 SPX football just anytime you want. Right? Like, you're right. You nailed it on the head, man. I have thought about wanting to open a box of Upper Deck this year just to, like, pull some young guns. Like, oh, cool, these will be fun to hang on to. I have no idea who they are, but now I'm going to be vested and follow these guys' careers. And with the goalies, that's where I'm at. I'm so excited to pick up these cards, and none of these guys have played a game yet, maybe a game or two, but this guy gets hurt, just like the whole Brady thing. Their Carey Price goes down, then here comes Caden Primo, who has played a few games, and he's just like the best goalie in the league. It's like, oh, this is cool. Like it's been so much fun to follow the ascension or descension of their career, so
no, I think it's a cool thing for you, Matt.
It's gonna be fun, dude. I thank God I had all these Ichiros to sell, or I'd be in trouble. I'd be in serious trouble this month, because I just got going on Friday night, and then I looked at how much I spent, and I was like, oh boy, okay. And I haven't even bought a big guy yet, Like, I think the only big ones I've bought so far are Carter Hart, and he was the most expensive one. And then there's been a couple others that were in like the 15, 20. Tim Thomas, I couldn't believe it. He was only $10. Dude's like one of the best American goalies of all time. So I think he's the winningest American goalie, more than Barrasso, I believe. So it's really weird. Like Bob, I was just telling these guys, some of these guys that are really good players were like good for 5-6 years. Their cards are like $3, but then you got this no name or somebody who played like a year and did really well last year. Well, his are like 30. Like what? What is going on?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. 10 back in like the 2000s, mid 2000s, some great goalies that played good careers and they're cheap. So
Huh. But you said like so obviously your goal scorers are like the premier, but goalies are more sought after than defensemen, right?
oh, for sure. That Dave was saying that too, and I think because they're it's such a unique position, And again, we talked about photography, man. Like they look cool. You're not
Yeah.
going to deny it. When you're opening a box, if you do open some upper deck, retail, you're going to be like, you're going to stop on the goalies, like, ooh, that looks
Are there
cool.
any sets that feature like the masks like they used to?
They did it in between the pipes for a while before they stopped making that. Yeah.
Hmm.
In the game, did some really cool mask cards as well. Obviously, Pinnacle, Dave, the the Patrick Waugh mask card.
The
Yeah,
pro
I mean,
set one? Was that the
oh
first
yeah,
one?
yeah, the
Those,
Pinnacle.
yeah, they had the first ones, but those were just sort of like the subset, and then Pinnacle the first year that
I
they
have
did
that
them.
set. That's the only one I have with Van Beesbrook and Grant Fuhrer and yeah,
Yeah, Belfour.
Yeah, so
Yep.
that was like a
Belfort.
subset, and
Oh,
then I think the year after they had their first the
Do
Dufix
fix.
stuff.
Yeah, that's right. No, they really it's unfortunate. I think Pinnacle must have like a you can't do this thing. Obviously they've got licensing and they Panini tried to make Pinnacle cards and they were just terrible. So it would be interesting to see him do that again. But yeah, yeah, it's pretty fascinating, man. If you do end up taking a dive into some hockey, trust me, the goalies will be the ones that you'll stop and be like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. This card looks
hmm.
cool. The mask looks cool. Let's see what's up with this player. But yeah,
Paul, on the flip side, from a defenseman perspective, though, there are those anomalies from a football perspective. Just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, they definitely get more love than a defenseman in hockey. I'll agree to that for sure. Well, hey, it was Bob. It was nice to meet you. Steve, it was nice to meet you for the first time. Thanks for having me on, Dave. I appreciate it, dude.
no, absolutely.
I'm gonna go recharge my batteries and get ready for school because I teach online this year. That's certainly a fun challenge. But
Hmm.
yeah, we'll have to chat again. I enjoyed being on here. Thank you, guys.
No,
Later, Matt.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming on, Matt.
see you guys.
Later, man.
Take care.
And then number three.
And there was
So what's the topic?
Oh, so now we're going to circle back to it, Bob?
I think it's Ask Jeeves, something like that.
What'd you say?
Ask
Ask,
Jeeves?
yeah, that was some sort of what a website at one point, sort of like a
Ask
Siri
Jeeves.
or something like
Yeah.
that. I think.
I still remember the Seinfeld bit about if you named your kid Jeeves, you've pretty much, designated him to a life of being a butler.
That is true.
Yeah. That wasn't my butler's name, but anyways.
So what happened? If you had a butler, what happened?
Well, he was stealing all the fine china.
Yeah, when
He
the
was-
plastic forks and knives go missing, then you got trouble.
Right. The stemware. I've been kind of doing some like rummaging, and I've just come across so many weird things. This is an 8.5 by 11 sticker page from 1980 of like Steeler stickers. The drive for 5, 4 times proud. Dude, there's nothing more annoying than like a Steeler fan who talks about how many Super Bowls. Like even to me, a Steeler fan, like I don't like talking to other Steeler fans about uh the good old days, or it's annoying. I don't know. I like stuff like this, but it's as a Steeler fan, it's an it's I don't claim every other Steeler fan out there, as I'm sure you guys don't claim all your other fans. Like they're if you get into like a debate or a discussion even of your team versus another team, well, we got 6 Super Bowls. that's like the end all be all. Like that's there's no further arguing after that. Like, come on.
Oh, try being a Broncos fan going to a Dallas Cowboy Bronco game here in Texas, and you're decked out in all your Bronco gear, and you're walking through the parking lot. Welcome to the home of the 5 Super Bowls. And when was your last win?
Yeah,
Shut up.
America's team.
Mm.
So,
What?
Steve, when I was big into like collecting football in like the late '90s, and um, Denver had that run of like 1,000-yard running backs, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's they're products of the system." You've been a Broncos fan long enough to know, is that true, or like were all those guys good just for like that season, like Orlando Scary, Mike Anderson, Portis, the list.
So, some of them, yes, they were a product of the system. Denver had a phenomenal offensive line,
Mm-hmm.
hands down. When you look at the talent pool, Orlando Scary, Mike Anderson, uh, no, they were in fact a product of the system. Okay, Terrell Davis was a stud, hands down. End of conversation from a Terrell Davis perspective. Clinton Portis was a hell of a running back.
Yeah.
He did well in Washington. He did well in Denver. So it's one of those in which he was not a product of the system.
So why
The
couldn't
other
Tatum Bell be a stud? Because I had a good card of him, and I was just ready for it to explode, and I was going to retire off of it. And instead, I sent it to Dave, I think.
he didn't fit the scheme.
Yeah.
I can even go back. Was it 03? I think it was 03.
Sounds right.
Quentin Griffin out of Oklahoma was drafted by Denver. He had 2 rookie cards, and maybe he had 3, but 2 I remember. He had one that was SP Authentic, which of course, we talked about SP Authentic earlier. From a rookie perspective, whether it be a numbered rookie patch autograph, it didn't matter. SP Authentic was the one you wanted. Quentin Griffin had 2 good games, and that freaking card skyrocketed. And that's just because he had 2 good games. The issue was he was 5'1.5", and nobody could freaking see the kid. So Tatum Bell just didn't fit the system. The other guys were a product of the system. Now, other people could argue differently. That's just my personal opinion. Because you look at Terrell Davis, nobody has surpassed what he was able to do in Denver. Now, you have a guy like Philip Lindsay.
I was just going to ask how you felt about him, because he seems like a guy that's like dependable, but I don't know if he's broke through to that next tier, that upper level of like running back yet.
And he hasn't, but I think part of that's the coaching staff.
I would love him on the Steelers. Like, I feel like that guy runs like straight up and down, like north and south, and just, I don't know, man. Maybe I don't see enough of him, but it just seems like a tough player.
It's kind of interesting. There was an article in my news feed on Google today talking about Lindsay, and is it one of those in which is it time for the team to part ways with Lindsay, or is it time to part ways with Schumer? And I'm going to be honest. Schumer needs to go. Philip Lindsay has so much talent to where if given the opportunity, he's a better receiver than Terrell Davis ever was. And I can accept that. Terrell Davis was a runner. He was not a pass catcher. Philip Lindsay is a dual threat. That kid has so much possibility if used the right way. And right now, Schumer is not letting that kid shine. Just saying.
When they signed Melvin Ingram, that was the biggest head-scratching move of the offseason. I didn't understand that.
That was a waste of money. Waste of money.
Melvin Gordon to the
Oh, yeah,
Broncos? Yeah. Yeah,
Melvin
yeah.
Gordon.
Yeah,
Waste of money.
I don't man, I would thought I like this like on paper it looks good, but he hasn't lived up to it, you're saying?
No, not even close.
No.
Yeah, and you had Lindsey, who's what, 2 years now, 1,000-yard back. Why get somebody in there? Why not just, if you want somebody, draft another fourth, fifth rounder, have him come in. You could have drafted Zach Moss and not had 15 million over 2 years to go to Melvin Gordon for not doing anything. He hasn't done a single thing this year.
I mean, if they were going to use him for a short yardage back or goal line type situation, okay, I get it. Gordon's a bigger guy. Makes sense. But right now, Denver's offense is pathetic, and they're settling for field goals. And, you know, their offensive line has been an issue for ever since Super Bowl 50. They've had holes in the offensive line. And until they get that fixed, Lindsey can only do so much. Gordon can only do so much. I'm not saying Gordon's a horrendous running back by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
He's not great. He's not like grade, like tier 1 type
I feel
running
like
back.
2 years ago he was in the top 5 running back conversation, like just 2 years ago, I feel like. Is that
He was, but injuries plagued him and everything
Yeah.
else. I mean, that's no different. That impacts every player in the NFL. Injuries are always a major issue. My biggest complaint as of right now is Schumer needs to go. Elway, I think, needs to hand over the reins to somebody else. He hasn't done anything really worth a crap from a GM perspective outside of Manning. Manning was his one and done as far as I'm concerned. And
he's still riding that wave?
and that's what it seems like. And they've let some good players go. They've had high hopes for others. And it's just they haven't found a way to make that team click. And I can't put the blame on the coach. You know, everybody's first blame is always the coach. I don't think he's the answer, but I'm not going to put all the blame on him. It's the subsequent coaches underneath him. And on the flip side, I'm not sold on Drew Lock yet. I think the kid has a lot of upside, but he's got a lot of growing up to do.
Second year, right? These guys are so young, man. I don't know.
But you got to keep him from being on his back, though, too. It's not to mention your defense has got to step up. The whole game, the whole object of football is to score more points than the other team. But when your defense is giving up a shit ton of points, it's kind of hard to freaking, keep up with that.
Yeah.
They've got great offensive talent. They really do. I think their offense is stacked.
Who's their number one receiver?
Oh shit! Why'd you ask?
Sutton is he hurt right now? Right?
Yep.
Is he still on?
Yep.
The Broncos?
So Sutton's out, and then they drafted. What's his butt?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Judy.
He hasn't been able to do much anything. Patrick has been like their freaking go-to guy.
Yeah.
And then the tight end with a big ass long fucking last name. I'm not even going to try and say it. Played with Locke, and they had a freaking major connection.
But he's out now too, I think.
Yep, ACL.
Damn.
So they've lost weapons, and when you've got gaps in the offensive line, it ain't helping the situation.
Is Vaughn Hayes like a? Is he like a? He can do no wrong in Denver type of thing.
Von Miller.
Vaughn Miller.
I was gonna say-
What did I say? Vaughn Hayes. I got a Vaughn Hayes crush, so he just comes out. Oh, Vaughn Hayes.
Miller. So they finally picked up on what they're doing with Miller. Miller is not the playmaker that he once was. Is he still a hell of a fucking pass rusher? You're damn right, because he forces double teams. But he's out.
Yeah.
Not helping the situation. I was actually looking forward to him and the kid Bradley Chubb. I was looking forward to this season because Chubb was coming back healthy. And when I think Denver would have one of the best pass rushing tandems if they could just keep them both healthy and then have one other guy step up just as a possible third threat from a pass rush perspective. Done. When you have three guys who can rush the quarterback, that it's hard to beat that.
Yeah, for sure.
There hasn't really been, and not even just talking about Denver, because I know Derek Wolfe was a big interior presence for them. But there hasn't been like one of those space-eating D tackles that commands a double team where you can get either side edge rusher or an outside linebacker if you're 34. There hasn't been one of those for a while. You don't see that. It's that D tackle that's not even like a Jerry Ball where you need to have two players block him because he's just such a mountain of a man. But like a Sap, when you came through there, you better have two players plus the fullback chipping, or you're just going to get waffled by him every time. But that would allow the guys on the outside to come in, like a Brad Culpepper. Now, you don't have that. You just don't have those. You want everybody that wants to be that D end if they play defense. They want the sacks. They want the quarterback hits. You don't want to be the team player and be like, man, I just want to take up the middle. And Von Miller or Von Hayes or Bradley Chubb, they're going to get the sack. They'll take the 12 tackles a year, 4 pressures or whatever. But guess what? If I'm not here, those guys aren't having the seasons they're having. We're not having the success. But that's sort of where like sports goes. Where if you don't get your name in the paper, your name is on Sports Center. You don't want that. You want to be those end guys or the money makers where you can get paid if you're that like a Damian Harrison. He's one of the guys I can think of that's Snacks Harrison when he played for the Giants. He was stout.
There's guys that come in because of an injury. They get a chance, they shine, and then like now they're a commodity. They're like a hot commodity. I mean that's happened a number of times. I mean I'm thinking of the Steelers, but like so you got Devin Bush went out. So Devin Bush was a rookie 2 years ago. He's played every snap for the Steelers until he got hurt this year. Robert Spillane, who's that? He comes in and he's like, it's like there's no drop off, like that next man up mentality. I mean, it's all cliche football stuff, but there's something too. I mean, Steve, you just went through a litany of injuries to the team, and it's like how quickly that can derail a season. So man, depth is like all the more important, and we were talking about the draft earlier. Those late round pickups, how crucial they are, to filling out like where your needs are, drafting for need. I don't know.
Well, and on the flip side, and I can't remember what year this happened, but I was a big fan of Wesley Woodyard. And I can't even remember what the freaking commentator, it never failed. They always called him Wesley Woodyard. No, dude, it's Woodyard. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he got traded to the Titans at one point in time, and who knows where he ended up.
I don't even know that name.
Well, and that's the thing. It's one of those in which he was a middle linebacker. And he started becoming like the lead of that Denver defense. Whoa. And that guy was fucking everywhere. He's almost like a Van Der Esch for Dallas. I mean, the guy was freaking everywhere. And for whatever reason, Denver didn't want to pay him. and they let him go. And when you have somebody who can lead a defense and be a playmaker, cause havoc, that allows the other players on the defense to be able to step up and make plays. Hello? What are you thinking? And that's why that's what I've been saying for a while about Elway needs to go. He needs to go. He's making he's not cutting the mustard anymore.
Who's that?
A generic statement. But,
Stove Investors. Agreed. What do you agree with? Come
well,
on,
it's
Stove.
other than the bonehead play where he dropped the INT pick six for before the goal line, Danny Trevathan, he was another guy that was, when I'd watch Broncos games, if they were on, that guy seemed to be everywhere too. And I think they just got rid of him, again, not recently, but whenever he played, it was after probably like 120 tackles season.
Denver found great defensive guys, situational guys, to where they made plays. And when you can find guys who can fit holes and everything else and things along those lines, usually you can build a team around them.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that sucks from the NFL perspective is free agency. I understand the reason behind free agency, but it kills teams' opportunities to consistently build around core players, because you have one great year, they're going to demand X amount of money. Well, then your money is limited to pay A, B, and C players, which you need. So it's like, okay, which one are we willing to, which one can we keep, which one? And it just, I get it. It keeps things fresh. It keeps things competitive. But at the same time, I mean, I don't want it to be like baseball to where you could have, a $1.2 billion freaking budget to pay for your team.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, there is, in my opinion, there would be some benefit to allow for increases to the salary cap. I think some games would be a lot more intriguing. I think, take it easy, Vinny, a lot more competitive. You'd have, and a lot of people would argue that it would create dynasties. Well, okay, let's look at the Patriots, folks. They've won how many Super Bowls? And they've plugged holes with okay players, and they've still found ways to win championships. So just because you increase the salary cap does not mean you're going to have dynasty teams. It happens now with the current system. So what's the problem?
And there again, that's one of the reasons Brady left, because again, you had somebody that bought into the system, took pay cuts, even at the exorbitant fee that quarterbacks have been getting paid. It's like at some point he's like, man, I've been doing this for how many years? I like to get paid at some point too, as I've given you a lot. And when they didn't pay him, Tampa said, well, we'll pay you.
Right.
So I mean, you have to have, you can't just be like, oh, I'm going to go to the Bengals and we're going to start a new culture of winning.
Yeah, right.
It just doesn't work that way. So I mean, if you have like the Belichick stuff, which I think this might be his last year, if not next year, if he has another crappy year, I think he'd just be like, you know what, I'm done, because as much as I want to see this thing through, I don't want to constantly hear about what about Brady? You think
Yeah,
Brady,
right.
It's like,
Although,
I do think if we had Brady, we'd be better. That's a dumb question to ask, because
yeah, and I think that's exactly how he would respond to it. In his Belichick way. I
later
don't know.
time.
Belichick's got to have a big. He's got to have a pretty big ego, and like
Mhm.
the whole was it Brady part of Belichick's system or was it Belichick having Brady? That whole argument, like they're both going to want to prove that it's the other.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know though. When you're so accustomed to winning as Belichick is, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a long off season for him, I think. I, I don't think Cam Newton's the answer, but
No.
I mean the Steelers are going to be in. I mean, what are they? What's the post Ben era going to look like for the Steelers? We went through from Bradshaw to like Ben, like your quote franchise quarterbacks. You went through a lot of trial and error for sure. A few bright spots here and there, but some tough years, some frustrating years for sure.
Tommy Maddox.
Tommy Maddox, Mike Tomczak, Neil O'Donnell, Cordell Stewart. I mean, the list goes on.
Charlie Bat.
Don't be knocking the Slash.
Nah, I love Slash, man. He should have stayed Slash though, instead of like, I don't know. Like today, that type of players, um, uh, that versatile type of players, what separates some teams um, from others. Yeah. Having that guy that can do anything.
Absolutely. And Dave, before I had to run to the facilities, you alluded to the whole, players willing to take pay cuts and stuff to keep teams together. That's how the Cowboys won theirs, between Aikman and Emmett taking pay cuts to keep the team together. That's how they won their championships.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I think I don't remember what it was last year or 2 years ago. Something with the quarterback salary being either a percentage of the team's whatever percentage that was, or if it was over, if it was 25 or 30 million a year. How none of those quarterbacks had won a Super Bowl
Hmm.
because you have so many. There's so much fundage diverted
What's
to one
Kirk
of those.
Cousins making this year?
30, I think.
Jeez.
And it's stupid because he's like an $8 million player probably in
Yeah.
like logical times of, well, you're going to pay a lot for a quarterback, but right now, when they re-signed, when they redid his deal and they redid Zimmer's deal, right now it looks okay because they've gone on a little winning streak with the Vikings. Should have just moved on from Spielman's been okay, their GM, but Zimmer and with Zimmer not having the money, or they're tying up so much money in the defense in just a few players, you're not going to have that depth, and it shows. And then Cousins is an average quarterback at best. I mean, he'll have great plays, and then he'll have plays that a person with no arms could make. I mean, you shouldn't be making $30 million a year and having some of the decisions he does, unless you're Stevie Wonder out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a NFL is crazy. Like how many people wrote off Ryan Tannehill? You know what I mean? And like he's actually putting together a halfway decent, that's just wild to me that somebody can be, or who's the Fitzpatrick, right? Didn't he? I mean, they didn't really need to like pull him, but they were just done with him. Like it's like yesterday's news. Let's move on to Tua and see where we can go with him. Um, I think that's so. Like we're kind of talking about quarterbacks and people in waiting, and that's got to be like I don't know. So Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, who they drafted Jordan Love, right? So I mean, Josh Allen is just got to be the guy, and they drafted Jake Fromm. Like it's got to be a weird dynamic of like having the guy there now, the starter, and then the next guy is like learning from him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Steelers don't have like Mason Rudolph. I don't nice kid, but I don't think he's the guy. You know.
You know,
But well, geez, I can't even remember who was Denver's quarterback that got hurt for Drew Lock to come in.
So Flacco, they brought in Flacco last year, and that's what allowed Drew Lock to step in. But they've had a freaking plethora of quarterbacks over the last
Did
4
Drew Lock
years.
start the season this year? Oh, he
Yep.
did. I thought he got a chance as a result of an injury, but geez, what do I know?
but that's about the only good part. Like if a Jake Fromm does well, let's say you're in the preseason next year, there's a preseason, you do well, maybe another year on the bench. They re-sign Josh Allen again. All Fromm can do is get better because he can be a Matt Hasselbeck. I know I'm missing about 20 of these guys that have been sitting on the bench to do something. Rob Johnson got a huge contract for pretty much doing nothing. So if you just hone your craft and instead of doing the old woe is me right now, fuck, I'm not going to ever see the field, do everything the best you can because there's plenty of opportunities. Matt Flynn would be another one too for Green Bay. Then he went to Seattle. Sure, Russell Wilson beat him out, but he got a pretty big payday for it. But there's opportunities and there's a history of show your wares during the preseason. Don't be a distraction off the field. If somebody talks about you, or just give them the cliched answers, and guess what? There could be a huge payday down the road because everybody's always looking for that quarterback, and maybe Buffalo might not be as high on you as Detroit or Minnesota or Oakland or who knows. It's just it always works out differently, but that's where I don't know if a lot of these players, everybody wants the me. Now. I want, like I said before, the gratification. And again, if you're getting paid how much to be in the NFL, I'd be busting my ass to find down the road, be like, man, I'm going to try for that big contract. If it's not here, I'm going to do the best I can here, give them everything I've got, and then move on. But again,
if you're a backup, like you got to be ready for that opportunity because when an injury happens, like that's your opportunity. That might be the only one you get. So
Yeah, and you got Brady, for instance.
yeah.
So like
I mean-
I wonder if Brady like sends Mo Lewis like a Christmas card every year.
Exactly.
Or a new car,
Yeah, right. More like
or pays his mortgage for the year.
right. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, those
But it's
salaries-
at least we don't have the fiasco of rookie contracts like we did in years past, though.
Yeah,
All right,
Sam,
Bob, I was gonna.
You signing off?
No, I'm not signing off. I was gonna pose a question.
All right.
What draft pick actually started the true revamping of the rookie contracts?
I have no clue.
Did I ruin it?
Jamarcus Russell.
Wow. Like the number one bust.
His contract was like $100 and something million.
Have you ever heard stories of his rookie year, like from other players or people that was around him?
Mm-mm.
Like how much he could care less about like knowing the playbook and kind of just like I'll figure it out. Like it was so just nonchalant. And like people, ESPN inevitably does all those like top 10 busts or draft pick busts, and he's always on the list. He's near the top, if not number one, and that's always. I just think that's so funny. You're an NFL quarterback, and you think the importance of knowing the playbook is sort of like,
Yeah.
But
Like your
the
athletic
fact,
ability is just gonna. Was he LSU? Was he LSU? Right?
yes,
Yeah, man.
but the fact that he that and it was guaranteed money.
Mhm.
This wasn't incentive based, and that's why now you see rookie contracts. They're capped, so you can pay a number one pick if they're a quarterback this much money. If they're a number one pick and they're a running back, it's like this. Now it may not be to that granular level, but it's X number of years, and this is the most that you can pay for those years.
Hmm.
You will never see $140 million first round pick contract ever again. Period.
Now I want to go look up that draft class now. I want to see like what other players were drafted in that class that like people missed out on.
Calvin Johnson.
Wow. There you go. Enough said. How do you guys feel about players that in their career, like him, who was pretty much the number one guy and he just decides to retire? Like I can't really geez, in the game of football nowadays, um, if you play a 10-year career, 10 years after I don't know, man, the after effects of so many years in the NFL. I guess it's maybe lessening now that safety is becoming more and more of a thing, but
Well, it
yeah.
makes you wonder what the reasoning behind it is. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Because Calvin Johnson was still at the top of his game. He hadn't lost a step. He was still
Yeah.
in the top 10 in the
I mean,
league every year.
he would have
What
went
made
to
him?
he would have went for a contract to another team to on a contender or something. You know what I mean? To try to get it just seemed like he did his thing in Detroit for, what, 8 or 9 years, not even that, and then gone, or 10 years and gone.
Well, and I can't remember when he came out and retired, but it makes you wonder though, what was the underlying reason why? Was there something going on? Was there concerns from a health perspective?
Yeah, who knows?
It's hard to know because you see a lot more
Like Andrew
in
Luck,
a
what? Geez, if he would have been, he's a prime example of somebody that was just sort of on the uptick of potential. Probably had a lot of people investing in him, and that's the guy, and he's going to be one of the stud quarterbacks for the foreseeable, for years to come. And just, I'm done. Oops, there goes your collection. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you were
well
collecting him just because you liked him as a player, but that's, I don't know.
his I mean his had a lot more reasoning. I mean he probably didn't want to end up in a wheelchair. I mean, look at the injuries that guy sustained, plus the freaking number of sacks. You can only imagine the number of concussions that could or could not have been diagnosed.
Sure.
And everybody focuses on Aaron Hernandez and the amount of
Yeah,
hits that
life.
he took, and the impact to the brain and everything else. So Andrew Luck, I understand. I mean, I get his decision. Calvin, to me, that was like, what? What? Wait a minute. Time out. You're why? Luck,
Well,
I got. Manning, I got. Eli Manning, I got.
do you know the
Some of
name
these
Jason
guys.
Worlds?
I know who Jason Worlds
As
is. Steelers.
and he just up and retired. I mean, 3 or 4 years. He was Steelers have maybe a reputation for developing linebackers. He was the next. He was going to be that next guy, and he was just like, "Nah, I'm done." And it's life after football becomes, I should say, quality of life after football becomes very apparent and important. Um, you
Huh?
got kids. I don't want to be. I saw that concussion movie. people were going crazy over like this stuff, like the CTE stuff. But
I
I don't know,
can't.
I
man.
mean, he could have made his money and was satisfied and was like, you know what? Hey,
Yeah,
I'm good. My kids won't have to
sure.
work. Their
You
college is
you
paid for.
you live a
I
modest life. Like you're not in the lap of luxury. You know what I mean? You just you live in $150,000 house, and you go to public school. I don't know, like yeah, but they're okay. They're doing all right. I think there are people that play professional sports purely because like it is their job, and like they're gonna make their money and then and do the next thing, where they might not love the game. Like they might not just eat, sleep, and breathe it, but they've got this talent, they're good at it, and
There you
they
go.
they and that's it. Not everybody can do it.
Brad just pointed it out. So it's they just do it because it's how they pay the bills. They don't do
Oh,
it for the
right, there
love
you
of the
go.
game.
Yeah.
And I can't think of the guy's name. I can fucking picture it because I've got, I think, a select gold rookie or prism gold rookie or something. The linebacker for the Niners that was awesome one year, retired because of like I don't want to deal with concussions. I don't want to deal
That
with.
Patrick Willis? No.
No, it was a white dude from Wisconsin. And I cannot for the life of me. Of course, Mark leaves, so maybe we would get a Scotty, or if Scott would have stopped by your Scotty tradition, but I want to say Chris, but I don't remember. Brad will have it, I hope. But I remember him. That was another. He came off like 100+ tackle season, rookie. I don't know if he won the rookie of the year, but he was like a
I
top
know.
20. I
I
can
know who
picture.
you're talking about too. And it's
There you go,
Borland.
Chris Borland.
Hmm.
I mean, he was. No, you're not a loser. I mean, you like Dan Marino, so I mean, you like a losing culture, but
The best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl. Sorry, Brad.
I was gonna say I can even say Tony Banks won a Super Bowl.
Ooh, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
Well, Tony Banks started the year for the Ravens. He rode the pine,
Right, right.
but he's Chris Borland. Then you had Robert Smith retiring early, but he was an astrology dude or astronomy or whatever for Ohio State, so he was a real smart dude anyway. Barry Sanders, I think it was just like, you know what, you guys ain't putting shit around me.
Yeah.
You Scott Mitchell had like the one or two good years, then he just completely fell off a cliff. So it's like, and then you think Charlie Batch is going to be the key just because he plays down the street in Eastern Michigan. Like, yeah, that's you guys have fun with that. I think Johnson, it was because, and again, I don't know the full story. I haven't looked into it, but I think it was ankle and knee injuries. I remember having for fantasy for like 3 years in a row, and it seemed to be like ankle and knee problems every time on that injury report. And there was like games he'd miss because he would just be taking shots below at the knee and below. So I'm like,
He's going
man,
across the middle.
yeah, if you're 6'4", 6'5", you're 215, 220. You're thinking, man, I'm taking any more of these
That's why I
shots,
always respected T.O., regardless of his like drama. It's like that dude will go across the middle anytime.
especially against the Packers at one time,
Yeah, right, right.
crying after the game after he caught the ball. But I
That's
think
my
that's
quarterback.
I'm guessing that's got to be a reason for Megatron to do that because I mean he was hobbling a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, I
That
wasn't.
because it's the Lions and they just never seem to put a winner out there. It's like, why am I doing this?
Well,
I
there's the
saw
Joey Harrington years. Was that the Joey Harrington experiment?
no, he was with Stafford basically the whole way through. I
Okay.
mean, a couple of years before that because I think he had Drew Stanton, but that's it. I mean, there's
Drew
nothing. And
Stanton.
maybe Orlovsky was there too, running over the back of the end zone, getting safety, trying to avoid being killed by Jared Allen.
Mhm.
Yeah, because Stanton was 07. He was the same year as Peterson, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's a second rounder, I think, from Michigan State. They got to go out
And
and
then
Stafford because he wasn't a Michigan quarterback. I mean, Stanton, Michigan State. Charlie Batch, Eastern Michigan. Go. There's more quarterbacks than your state. I'm surprised in '08 they didn't go after like Chad Henne.
All right, here's a trivia question. Who was Tom Brady in a contract controversy with at Michigan?
Greasy.
Nope. Just
Greasy was
after,
before that.
just after him. Yeah, yeah. I think he played baseball too. I think he had a baseball.
Henny?
Henson.
Was it Henny?
Drew Henson, that's right.
Yep,
Drew Henson.
Drew Henson.
I was close. I had part of it right.
I was watching I think it was a Brady thing, and it was like Brady had sort of like earned the spot up to like his junior year, and then Henson was like a premier recruit, and Brady kind of took the back seat to him some games, and then when he didn't do so well, he would come in. But like just a good teammate, and I think I forget who it was, but it was just like somebody told somebody in the Patriots organization, if you draft this guy, like you won't miss. Like his passion, what Brad was saying, like his love for the game is unmeasurable. So sometimes those intangibles that you can't really measure are the difference maker, man.
Well, and Brady hasn't been hurt a whole lot either.
Just the '08 year, and that was
said pretty
I was
good.
going to say the one season.
When you're snapping the ball and releasing it under 3 seconds, I mean you're not giving people much time to hit you. At least that's how he beat the Steelers for like 8 games.
That used to always be a hot button thing too. I remember that stupid University of Michigan. Who's going to be their quarterback? None of those guys ever came out and did anything. Greasy was, he had a decent little team, nothing significant.
He had a last name.
Yeah, that's pretty much why he was playing.
He wasn't the worst. He wasn't the worst Michigan quarterback either.
Well, no, for sure. But I mean, I still remember always like ESPN would be like the lead up to the season, like who's going to be starting for Michigan. It's like, well, it doesn't matter because they're not going to be in the title game because they'll lose to Ohio State or they'll lose to somebody else that they shouldn't lose to, and they're not going to be there at the end.
We got receivers that are more like Braylon Edwards is more popular than whoever your quarterback is. That's never a good sign, right?
Yeah. And I hated Braylon Edwards.
Yeah, I don't know many people that liked him.
He had an attitude and then some.
Yeah, so Antonio Brown's playing football again. It's just like a never-ending saga, and like he gets coverage in Pittsburgh because it's like now that we're done with him, like it's like we just sort of it's like a soap opera that we don't have that it has no effect on us. So we like local radio will keep tabs on him, and it's basically just like, I mean, local radio will say he's the best receiver in Steelers history, and they've had a lot of good ones, but talent-wise, he was the best. But man, he blew it.
Did they still cover Le'Veon?
So
and how I just have to ask.
So actually, Le'Veon was public enemy number one until Antonio Brown decided to be that, and so like Le'Veon is we kind of feel sorry for him because really like I can't blame him for trying to get his money. All right, whatever. You hold out and then you go do your thing. But man, what could have been? When you got Le'Veon Bell, Ben in his prime, and Antonio Brown becoming a superstar, like, and not able to get any championships out of it. That's kind of sad.
Well, and of all teams, why go to the Jets? I mean, there's certain teams that you just don't go to try and
Avery
resurrect your
Williamson, who was a Jet, is now a Steeler. He's just like, I don't even know like how to feel right now that I'm actually on a team that like cares about winning. Like coming from the Jets, it's like a whole new world. So I'm not a Jets fan. I don't know, but what I always love about Jets fans is a draft day, like. the booing that would ensue, no matter like the Kyle Brady booing is probably the loudest I think I've ever heard. I don't know.
That,
I still remember
there,
that.
there's a good. I don't know if it's like a real documentary, but there's something on YouTube I watched. It's like the draft from '95. Shows like the old footage of like the 5 or 6 guys that were in the green room. I think Brady was one of them. You had Mike Mamula,
Hmm.
McNair, Kerry. I think it was Kerry Collins there.
He
You
was
had like,
95.
but I mean, there's like the 6 players. I think he was one of them too. But it was comical to watch that. Just going back and like, there's one
Who
from
did they want?
'94.
I don't even remember like who they wanted, but it wasn't Kyle Brady, that's for sure.
No, I want to say it was Sapp because he was
Oh,
dropping,
you're right. I think it was right. It was Sap.
and they're all like, "Yeah, we're gonna get Sapp," and it's like Kyle Brady, right end, in state, and like,
What?
what the fuck is this?
Boo.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
you just had, I don't know if Johnny Mitchell was there. I mean, he was a decent tight end, but at the same time, it's like, why you don't need you need defense. You can't stop anyone. You don't have
Yeah.
anybody to throw to him. What? 'Cause I'm sure by then Ken O'Brien was retired. So,
Oh, don't worry. You had Neil O'Donnell coming the next year, so.
well, yeah, that worked out well.
What year was Browning Nagel?
Oh, 90,
92?
92?
Yeah, it had to be
Browning
92.
Nagel.
I want to say he was in Procep Platinum. I don't know if it,
Is Matt a Seattle Seahawks fan? Did I get?
I think
I
he
was gonna
said
ask.
Broncos. I think he said
Okay.
Broncos, but I think now he's a Seahawks because he's up in Alaska, so there ain't much going on up there for
Dan
him.
McGuire. Dan McGuire was the Seahawks quarterback, huh?
Ooh,
We heard
Yep, that goes way back.
every
91. Was that 91?
yeah,
yeah.
every team's got their like their quarterback bust for sure. I
Oh,
mean, the Steelers had Mark Malone, and they could have had Dan Marino. So
yeah. Why would you draft the kid that went to college in your town? Why do
oh,
that?
because he smoked weed his senior year once or something, or whatever. It was like he was a partier. Um, I don't know. I was 2 years old before the '83 draft, so
Why don't you
can't say I
remember?
really knew.
You
Yeah,
were alive. You should remember it.
I wasn't the YouTube internet celebrity that I am today.
Oh, I forgot, Dave. We have a celebrity on the show this time.
Right, right. I should put my Hall of Fame patch on, then you guys would give me
You draft
respect.
put it on. You might get blackballed. This might be like your OJ Simpson takeaways.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Your stock just dropped quite a bit, Bob.
That's all right. I didn't have much to begin with.
Neither did we.
No, there's nothing going on.
So all of a sudden I have a chat here. Wait.
Well, if it makes anybody feel better, I don't even think Bob subscribed to my channel yet.
Oh, I'm sure I have. Why can't I find you guys now?
Well, you just went sideways.
Jeez, what the heck? I'm that guy right now.
Yeah, because you're sideways and just sitting there like frozen.
Oh, that's not. I'm actually trying. Dude, I'm such a rookie at this. I should never even click off of it because now I'm going to sign in again.
Okay.
So while we wait for Bob to come back, that was quite humorous. It's always fun to have
Jackass.
Goose. Oh, now we got him twice.
I'm trying to end it.
There. Yeah, Bob. Bob is a noob. He struggles mightily with. If you've seen his channel and all in live streams, he's a struggler.
Well, it happens. All it takes is clicking the wrong button sometimes.
That's why I even if we say something back and forth in the messaging, I'm just like, God damn it, don't let me screw this up. Pushing the wrong buttons and
Well, and that's, I mean, it's one of those in which I do the private chat sporadically for a reason, because knowing that you're on your phone, all it takes is the push of a wrong button or something, and then all of a sudden it like can cause major havoc. So we'll see if he actually comes back. I thought that was you, Ed.
yeah.
We had Carlos try last week.
Yeah, he confirmed that it wasn't going to happen, which I'm not shocked because again, I think I looked before like a StreamYard app because when I looked through like my Play Store thing, when I've looked through that was already on there, and I'm like, oh,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
yeah, we don't need to.
Never
We
click
don't
off
need a hobby to lose a moment.
of.
Stop clicking buttons, Bob.
I know, man. If I was on a laptop, I'd have a little bit more confidence in my clickability, but not so much right now.
No, the
Hey, look at
phone.
this! Look at this card I just pulled out. Browning.
Browning Nagel. What's interesting is I'm going to pose the question: why is it right there near you?
Well, it is weird, and I don't know why, because most of the stuff out right now is like modern. But I'm literally separating everything into its own sport, its own box and its own sport now, so I can actually go through it. Everything's kind of mixed. Yeah, I don't know. So why is it followed by a 95, 96 upper deck Robert Smith card? I don't know. Because Robert Smith should be in a soft plastic.
Of course he should. If it's a rookie. 93?
No, that's
Yeah.
that's a 96 UD silver, I think. Because Drew bled so much he needed a transfusion.
And it's the classic. These promo cards that were like limited to 9,700 or 9,300.
Don't you mean 93,000?
No, this is 9,300. But yeah, that's limited. Back in the 90s, that was limited. Hey, you guys were talking. I don't know if you got it, but like the Star Quest cards, Dave. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yes.
How do you know which ones are the limited ones?
Color.
Is it the color?
Yep.
So I should probably just go to like baseball card pedia or something to like get all the
Your golds are numbered
golds are numbered. All right, I have a blue.
to 100.
It's a baseball one, but it's blue.
Yeah, I can't remember what color they go, because there's a blue, a green,
Blue
red.
could be base for all I know. I don't know.
I don't think I have. I don't know if I have mine here or not.
And like UD choice wasn't something I was really. What year were those? 2000, Dave?
It was either 90, I think either 98, 99. I think it might have been 2000.
I'm checking. And that doesn't mean they'd be actually listed in the Beckett because they just decide what they want to list and what they don't.
Yeah, the newer baseball Beckett wouldn't have them.
Okay. I'll stop looking then. I got
Thanks.
the big manual right here. Yeah, I've given us all like an assignment. Now we're all like looking up homework.
By the way, thanks Carlos for the. It's called Google. No shit.
It's called a Google for reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Reasons. But yet he doesn't ever bother to share reasons.
He doesn't have to, man. The reasons are.
Yeah, because I was.
Carlos abides.
I know 99 has Star Quest. Of course, my eyes are so fucking shot these days. Yeah, I can't remember the colors. Of course, gold is the one that always sticks out of my mind. Touche, Carlos. Touche. I'll give you that one, man. I'll give you that one. What the hell? I was just on Upper Deck. What the hell?
We'll have like 6 minutes of doing this.
That's all right.
I got it. Star Quest 99 Upper Deck. This 4-tiered 30-card set features 4 different colors for each of its levels. Singles are seated 1 per pack and have a blue foil etching.
Okay, so blue is your base.
Doubles, 1 per 8, have the green. Triples have the red, and home runs are the golds.
And your gold should be numbered to 100.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure it's the same across all sports. I think they kept the color variation the same.
Blue, green, red, gold. All right.
I think. Don't hold me to that. There you go. Blue, green, red, gold. Carlos confirmed it.
You know. Way to go, Carlos.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother... Oh, what?
See, that's why everybody should have one of these in their collection. Now, Dave, you go buy like the Beckett anthology, right? It has little blurbs for each set too, right?
Yep.
Like as far as pack insertion,
Yep.
ratios, all that jazz. I like to say the word ratio. Makes me feel smart.
Bob.
There you go. Yeah, I wish I still had the Beckett.
These ordered this recently.
Those are like $40 though, aren't they?
No.
By you.
Dave alluded to this in past videos. There is a guy on YouTube that sells past versions.
eBay.
So go back a couple of years. If you don't give a shit about modern stuff,
Right.
then go with the older versions. Now, if you want stuff with modern, then yeah, you're looking at $40 MSRP.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need modern.
I got my baseball, football, and basketball. I think all 3 of them. I paid like $24 or something for all 3 of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, to have one for each sport would be helpful. I mean, this baseball one is great, but I need one for all the other sports because I don't know, like those little nuances of this one's foil is a little bit different. Oh, it doesn't look that much different, but it's actually like 10 times harder to pull. I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't remember that 20 years later, after pulling it. So I'm always leery of like selling any 90s inserts. I mean, obviously, some are just or a dime a dozen. But um,
I'll see if I can't find that
some
seller
might not
for you,
be.
Bob.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that one guy had. I don't know which one I bought first, either the football or the hockey. I'm like, I'll see what else he's got. And fuck, everything was like under $10. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
I think it was free shipping. I mean, if it wasn't like it was astronomical. Hey, pay $8 and here's $10 shipping. No.
yeah, right.
No, free shipping.
So I think Steven asked, and I sent him the links, and then Matt asked, and I sent him the links, and it's again, if you don't give a shit about prices,
Yeah,
So
I'm not using it for the
just
pricing
for the
info.
actual
It's just for
information
like
of
the stat info.
hmm
I'll put it in the chat for you, Bob.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, this is the seller.
What minute mark are we on? The 3 hour 30 minute mark? I'll have to go look.
That's the seller.
I'm on East Coast time, guys. I might have to crash here soon. 12:15.
Oh, I'll suck it up, Buttercup.
You know the last time I've done anything for? I mean, I came on about an hour into it, so I haven't done anything for 2.5 hours straight in a long time.
That's not a bad thing.
Except
no,
nap. I've napped for 2.5 hours. Sure.
that's I'm gonna be up early tomorrow for work, but I know that's all I'm looking forward to in like the afternoon is to go sleep.
Right. That's gonna get you through your day just to know you got a nap coming.
Yeah.
So, Bob, right now it's in the chat if you want to jot it down.
You just want me to click off of this so that I'll never come back again.
Oh, you're on. No, I forgot you're on your phone.
Yeah, I'm on the phone, but I'll get it, man. I promise I will. I was looking up 1990 Donruss baseball. I know they got like that crazy aqueous test. I was seeing if it actually is listed in here, and it is. I don't know.
Yeah, those things sell for donkulous amounts of
Yeah,
money.
you can't find them, right? Or the white test issues.
Oh, you can find them. Just you're gonna pay
Right.
for them.
You're gonna pay for them, right?
It's crazy. Yeah, I it's one of those in which every once in a while I'll do like random searches for shit, and you come across things like that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
is that really a thing?
Yeah. Those things got to be so like what do you call them? Like faked. All those 90 stuff, man. It's got to be easy to replicate that.
Oh, some of it, absolutely.
Here's a cool one. The Pittsburgh Maulers. That was our USFL team. It's on an old bumper sticker. Pittsburgh Maulers. They had Mike Rozier from Nebraska.
Bob's got some random shit.
Yeah, man. Oh, check this out. This is the original. I know
Terrible
you guys
towel.
hate that. Yeah. And then it got then once it got to be a little bit more popular, they got some like advertising on it, Mustang.
Well, of course.
And
Helps
now
pay for those.
right. And now they're like branded and they're in color and everything, So everything starts small.
At some point, I'll have to dig into the dark crevices of my closet and pull out some random shit. I've got random
Man.
shit too.
The last few weeks, it's been nothing but, I mean, like old Sports Illustrateds, old like uncut sheets, sometimes just of like 4 cards, like from '94 Skybox basketball, and they're all common players, but like the Jamal Mashburn might be like the biggest name on the sheet or whatever. Not worth anything, just kind of like cool novelty things that like I never had the heart to like just trash. So they just get moved from one pile to another over the years, and I
Well,
think
I still
finally,
have
yeah.
I still have all my old Beckett's. I'd never throw them
yeah.
away. It's one of those things. It's my wife.
Nostalgic.
Well, my wife calls me a freaking hoarder, but
There might be some elements of that, but it's not. I don't know, man. It's it's the collector in us.
Yeah.
exactly, and that's the thing. I think I still have all the Playboys from my past subscriptions.
Dude, I was at a yard. What do you call them things? Flea market recent. I had never seen like so many vintage Playboys like just out next to like your butter dishes and like silverware, and then you got your Playboys. It was just weird.
Some of those have
No,
value.
yeah, for sure.
What's even more interesting is that subscription for me was purchased by my grandmother. Just
Okay,
saying.
come
With only one stipulation. My grandfather got to read it first.
on. You have to read it.
Yeah.
He loved the jokes, and that's not an exaggeration. He loved the jokes. I mean, he always got a thrill out of the girls, of course. Come on, let's be real. That's the whole reason why you get it. But he loved the jokes. And there were times in which we would be sitting there at lunch or whatever, and he would rattle off one of the jokes because he happened to read it from the magazine that was delivered that day.
That's good.
Did you say gross?
Yeah, not it's not gross enough for him actually.
Yeah.
Those jokes were so off color.
Oh, they were. They were. They had some good ones, though. They
Oh,
had some
sure.
good ones.
I had one today there. Um, I was talking to the lady in the deli. I said something that she found mildly offensive, and then one of the older guys came in that usually just he has jokes and like sick humor too. So I was saying to him, I said, "Oh yeah, I was just telling Trish something," and he's just like, "What?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know what we're gonna do with him." And he said to her, "Well, you don't have to worry about Christmas." And she's like, "What?" Because there's usually two, I won't say older, they're about 10, 15 years older, maybe 20 years older than me that work in the deli in the mornings. And he's like, "Oh, I got you and Kathy Christmas presents." And so I said, "Well, is it just one thing but two sides?" And I mean, it just either went over his head or he was straight to his punchline. He's like, "No, I got Trish here some new lace panties, and then Kathy, I got her a training bra." And so she's like flustered like a ton now. And so I said, well, Raymond, don't worry, because this guy's like 80 years old. I said, "Raymond, don't worry. I got their husbands covered." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, what'd you get them?" I said, "Well, I got them each a pair of edible panties to give to their wives so they could get two meals for one." And I thought he was going to gasp and die. I mean, he loved the joke, but I don't think he was expecting that. And she took up her face mask and she's just trying to cover her face. She's like, "I don't want to see, you guys don't need to see me." But that's the only place. As much as I dislike my job, it's like, I don't know if I could get away with that anywhere else ever. Because you just have sexual harassment lawsuits. I mean, every day,
Right, right.
one or two at least levied against me where it's off color isn't even strong enough. It's just horrendous.
That looks like LeBron.
That must be that rookie year, the rookie exclusive set.
Yep.
Not the
Like I said,
not the
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's 0304.
But that's not the rookie exclusive set. Or is that the box it came in?
Yeah, that's like the
It's yeah.
I think like what a 30 or 60 card set, and then just like a little holder.
32.
Oh,
Oh, the phone falls over.
I got that card. Hold on.
Like I said, just random shit. Retail Yankee
There you
Stadium
go.
Legacy.
So is that the card that's in that?
No,
So that's the Upper Deck rookie exclusives. That's the only LeBron I got.
I have that one too. I have the set somewhere in my closet. I have that too.
Those must be going off to grading at some
They
point.
are.
But
That
here's
yeah.
here's the difference, Bob.
You got it all sealed up.
Mine's still sealed. Yep.
What do those go for? Sealed. Not that you're like looking. I want a
40 or 50, I think these days.
I want a 92 Fleer Update Piazza rookie, and I don't know if I should just buy the card or if I should buy like the set and try to pull it out of the set. You know?
It depends.
Yeah. You're
It's
taking
one
a
of those.
chance.
That was one.
I probably will end up just buying the card because then I can know what I'm buying as opposed to like, I mean, I might get one and it might be 80-20 centering or something and look terrible. So I would be upset if that was the case.
I got that. I think like a 5 or 6 set lot for like $30.
Wow.
Which I'm like I need the Piazza for the up to 98. I don't want to collect Piazza after when he went to the Mets or the A's or
Right.
wherever. But up until that point, I was like, that's going to be a key card, the 92 Bowman. Obviously,
I think that's superseded the 92 Bowman now.
I hope so, because I think that Bowman you can find a lot
Yeah.
more of it out there.
I would agree.
And then that set, it's not like it's just him and that's it, because you got Jeff Kent and you got Wakefield in there too.
That's right.
And there was like a 4-card, like I don't know if it was like a highlight set, like an insert set, but I mean it wasn't anything super. I think there was like the Nolan Ryan, I don't know if it was like a no hitter or like a retirement card, and there's like 3 other cards. I think again, Christ, I haven't looked that up in eons, but I remember seeing that back then and being like, man, I want to get that set. Where the hell can I find it? And you couldn't anywhere. I mean,
Does Tim Salmon have a 91 Bowman card? Or a 91 card?
that didn't sound positive.
No, it did not, right? I have a Tim Salmon card that I think is like a rarity. And it is. It's I don't know how rare. It's a 93 score select the rookie stars defects card, but it's a blank back. It was like a test issue or something. They made them to like I think it was 93, so it was like the beginning of defects, and it was kind of like a will this work or not? Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find it.
What was he asking about?
93 select rookies and stars traded or whatever that set was with the all rookie team Dufik foil set. He's got the salmon, but it's got a blank back.
Well, you know my expertise in baseball is limited.
I know that set is tough because the Piazza. I'm trying to think how many years ago I bought that. Must have been 5, 6, 7, and it cost me probably like $50 then. Because I mean, they were.
So there's that, right? Then it's a blank back.
Yeah, and even that, they didn't do that coloring on the foil. I like that coloring a lot more because they just did like the green.
Well,
Green.
Is it all
Wasn't
green?
it green?
Mhm.
The actual release, I'm pretty sure, is green.
Hmm.
So that looks
Yeah,
like a test issue.
Kind of a rarity type of thing, right? Um,
Let's say hope that Matt watches the rest of it because he's got a buddy that's on like the '90s baseball insert thing group on Facebook that collects salmon.
I knew there was. I mean, I've peeked at that group enough to know that there's like there is a salmon collector out there. I forget his name, but
It's
I've seen him
on
on
there.
Facebook.
I think his name on Facebook, at least when I was on there, was like GM and then POW, like POW.
Yeah, GM Powell. That's right. So we'll see. Who knows if he needs it or not? I think I would try to reach out. No, not for this one. Sevens has a list of like people and like people they collect. Um, but I don't know. It's not a high dollar card, but it might be one for him that's tough to find. You know what I mean? And I'd
Yeah.
rather give it to somebody that's going to be like, oh, I mean, it's sitting in a Tim Salmon section in my box, you know, so it's not doing me any good.
Well, and it's one of those in which how frequent do you find something like that?
I haven't found that. I've seen other because I was curious. I was always told it was something, but I was never able to find it until I came across these like big manual books that actually had a blurb about that. And so, okay, now I know it's legit. You go to eBay. You can't. I see certain players, but not. I haven't found that one, but who knows? One day it'll find. I don't know that dude, but uh, if it ever, if I ever get to know him, or somebody says, yeah, he needs that. Somebody can connect us in the hobby. I'll send it his way.
Building friendships.
Building friendships. I'm all about that.
Pet peeve things too, though. Where if like let's say Bob pulled, and again this would be make Josh Johnson relevant. Let's say he pulled like a superfractor of Josh Johnson. I'd be like, well, are you going to send that to me? Like, no, I mean, what I'd care about more is like, hey, man, I pulled this card. I'll give you first dibs on it. If we work to a price, we can make a deal. If not, we just shake hands and move on. There's a lot of people, and again, this I think is more so from when we were starting on YouTube. People expected if you pulled somebody that they collected, it'd be a care package card.
Huh.
Or you send something to somebody, you expected something in return.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for a lot of us, you sent a care package because you wanted to send a care package. No strings attached. That was, the whole just because movement.
Call it a care package.
That's the reason why it became a just because. It's just because I wanted to send you something.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people felt the urge to return the favor. I mean, that's typically most people. If somebody takes time to send something to somebody, you want to return the favor. I mean, that's just what good-hearted people do. But there were a lot of individuals out there, and they would come out of the woodwork. You'd see bigger name YouTubers with 8, 9,000, 1,200 subscribers or whatever. They'd get, and this is back when YouTube actually allowed private messages, which I don't understand why the hell they got rid of that. Hey, I'm new to the community. Send me some free shit.
I love that, dude.
Say what? What makes you think that you deserve for me to send you free shit? And I know that sounds kind of shitty,
Unless you're an
But
11-year-old kid, like asking like that, because okay, I'll give you a pass. But if you're a grown man, like saying,
here's the thing. People can hide behind a persona on the internet. So you don't know if it's a 8-year old, an 11-year-old, a 50-year-old. You have no freaking clue. But the fact that you have, and I'm going to use the word, the audacity to ask some person, hey, send me some free cards because you see this individual sending stuff to other people, you're missing the point.
dude, that would make me like never send you anything. And
And
I
that,
send I send stuff to everybody, and I'm like, no, I don't know. It rubs me the
so
wrong way.
so define everybody, Bob, because you haven't sent me shit.
You're on my list, dude. Do you want me to
I'm
break
kidding.
out the Broncos that I have right now for you?
No.
And you know what? You don't have your own stat. You don't have your own position. So I have you inside Dave's slot, dude. Let's go check it out. Let's scope it out.
I'm
Let's
giving you
see what we
shit,
got here.
Bob.
I know, but I said everybody, and I meant it, man. So here is what's that say?
I don't know. I can't read it. I see Dave. Miss
Amish
Dave.
Dave, and I got Packers here for this film, not yet rated, because I know he's a Packers dude. This is the Broncos, and this is Dave Stack. So you see how you're,
All
how
intertwined.
you're, how I feel about you guys. And Dave, there's a couple good ones in there for you, man.
So Bob, can you come to my house and help me organize my shit? Dave already said he would
Dude,
come.
I would. I freaking love that stuff, man. It does get old after, like, I'm in like a sleeving phase right now where I've separated cards into their own boxes, and then I put a little post-it note on them like these need sleeved and sorted. So I'm in a sleeving and sorting phase right now.
I don't know if you're going to be able to see all this.
Oh yeah, the closet full.
So 5,000 count boxes down both sides. All that shit needs to be sorted.
Is it all football?
Oh, it's everything. Baseball, football,
So are there
basketball.
any hidden gems in there?
Most of the hidden gems, so to speak, have already been pulled out. I pulled out all like the rookies, inserts, parallels, all that other kind of stuff. They're in their own separate boxes.
So you just want me to go through all your crap, basically?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I
Because
sent
I
it to
could pull out some
Dave.
gem and base cards out of there, you know?
I sent the pictures, and this is before I put them back in the closet because my wife took over my office because we're now both working from home. So she took over the office because of what she does. And
Because of reasons.
I'll give the reason, but I'll give the reasons. She works for a Medicare exchange company. So there's times in which she's on customer escalation calls. She is a supervisor. So sometimes she gets, escalation calls and everything else, but she has access to social security numbers, all this other kind of stuff. So it was best for her to be in the office. She can close the doors and everything else. Well, I had all my base boxes like next to my printer. And I sent a picture to Dave and I was like, any chance you want to come down to Texas and let's have a sorting party? He's like, sign me up.
Yeah. Like my ultimate goal would have like, but I'd have to stop collecting because as I add stuff to it, it's gonna be never ending, right? But like to have every card in its proper place, whatever that means for you, that I never feel, but then I would have it in its proper place, and then I would need to resort it some other better way, like I think I've done that over the 30 years I've been collecting countless, a dozen times.
Well, see, you
And
have to remember, my collection focus is one person right now.
yeah,
So I keep that fairly sorted pretty well.
So let me ask you this: how, and you may have answered this over on to some extent on one of these podcasts, but how often are
That you didn't watch
okay?
it.
So three questions: how often are you picking up a new Terrell Davis for the collection, and or are there Terrell Davises out there that are sort of like readily available but you're just sort of like, I know I can get those anytime, I'll wait, or do you pick up ones that you can anytime you can?
So the answer to question 2 is the more available stuff I leave alone, because at some point that's easier to pick up and I can pick them up in bulk typically.
So you're
COMC,
not focused on just adding to your numbers just for the sake of adding to your total number,
correct. The focus is the rare lower serial number, even on the iconic front, even though I can't afford those. But it's a lot more narrow focused. And believe it or not, they pop up, at least over the last couple of months, they've popped up a little bit more frequently than what they have in years past, thanks to TNT, mine and Dave's favorite seller on eBay these days. So it is still sporadic, Bob. I'll be brutally honest. It just kind of depends. There's a lot of times in which I let stuff go, and that's because the card budget is X amount, and I don't go over X amount. So at least for this month, so to speak, there were past months in which I didn't pick up anything. So the budget kind of grew,
Yeah.
and I've been able to make some bigger purchases. And Dave usually knows about all of them, but there are 4 cards that I have coming in that Dave knows nothing about.
What?
Yeah. He knows the serial number of 3 of them because he was
I
asking.
guess I'll have to subscribe to you to like figure out what those are. No, I'm subscribed to you. I don't watch anybody's videos much anymore, so I'm kind of that guy right now.
Don't feel bad. I'm so far behind these days.
But I like to tell people I watch them. I haven't been able to tell them.
That's exactly what I say too.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, when did you post the Dumba video, Dave? Almost 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Probably.
I finally watched that
Dave just posted one today, I think, or yesterday.
yesterday. Yeah, I still have 2 Dave videos to watch, but I got to make sure I carve out 30 minutes to watch those. So
He's been on 20. It's like 21 minutes right now. So he's pretty much hitting his stride of 21 minutes.
Well, that's how much time I've got on my phone. That's the only.
So
I
you
gotta
are limited.
hard drive or something like that, so I can plug it in, get all the pictures from trips and stuff on there. Then I will have the time allotted to.
How long does it take for you to upload a 20-minute video? I'm curious because my phone sometimes it's like I can get a video uploaded in like a half hour, and other times it's like 6 hours. I don't know what, and I don't leave my house. I mean, it's the same network, same everything.
It's usually, I'd say about 45 minutes to a little over an hour.
Yeah, that's probably normal for everybody.
Well, I was getting ready to say, so 2 of my last videos, one of them is 27 minutes and one is 37.
And you really gotta like you to watch you for that long.
But it's the PC showcase, Bob.
Oh, well, then in that case, it's not about you. It's about Terrell.
Exactly. And the newer one that'll be filmed at some point. So I'm through 97. I still have a long way to go. I have 98 It's all sitting right here.
What's his biggest year? What's his most? What's his year with the most cards? It's got to be like 98 or 99, or
Two, two,
I
is it
guess the
2000 or 2001?
yeah, as more products came out.
I can tell you if you give me a second.
He was in everything at one point. Every insert said I mean, he's just one of the studs of the league, so you're gonna be in everything.
So it's 99. 99, he has a total of 714.
714 cards. That's crazy to have that many releases in one freaking year. And I don't. What are players getting today? It's got to be. It's got to be a
It's
lot.
more than that. It's more
Yeah.
than that.
And there's less products, less like releases, but just more parallels.
So right now, from 2015, and I don't remember the last time I updated this, to be brutally honest, but from 2015 to 2020, he's averaging roughly 260 cards a year.
From
So
2015 to today,
to 2020.
there's like
15
200 Terrell Davis cards still being released every year.
Yep. So from 2015 to 2020, like I said, I don't remember when the last time I updated the 2020 numbers. He has 1,530 cards produced.
Now, are you like most guys that collect players that have retired? Your focus is on playing days, but you collect everything, but you focus on his days, the years that he was playing, or no?
No, 2014 is the year I cut it off. I do have newer cards, but I'm very selective of what I pick up. I showed this earlier.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
2018. But 2014 is my cutoff year, and that's once I realized that they were just pounding out crap. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I have to have a cutoff point. I can't keep doing this. This is
20
just
years
stupid.
of Terrell Davis, so that's pretty good.
And the fact that 15 101s, 20 101s, 25 per year type thing. No, ain't
Yeah.
doing it.
I heard you say like out of 25s, those are kind of like, so for me, like out of 25s, it still seems somewhat attainable, especially for a guy like Austin Meadows. I doubt there's 25 Austin Meadows collectors out there, but yeah, to five, those are like my one of ones basically. I don't have a one of one of my guy yet. Kind of being selective of that.
So anything serial numbered 5 and above is what I consider obtainable.
Oh, okay. You do five. Okay. I'm like a 25. If I get out of 5 or 10, it's kind of like a bonus.
But that's also subjective though too, Bob, because when you're
Sure.
talking 97, 98, 99,
And Hall of
2000.
Fame running back, right? Yeah, that's to 5 is almost like a one of one.
And I've got a shit ton of stuff numbered to 5 from an autograph and patch and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
From a parallel or insert parallel type situation, the quantity is not really there. As of right now, I think the last time I checked, I have 38 101s.
Wow.
But then you ask Dave. Dave
Like
has like
Over
100 or something.
120.
Just gonna flash some 101s.
Whoa.
2 superfractors and a platinum.
Which are going to be in a video at some point too. So I mean, it's. But then again, like we've discussed too, it's. I'm thankful a lot. I think the only one that showed up was a Topps Chrome Superfractor 06 Auto, his rookie year one, when he was white hot in like 2011. nothing else really showed up. I'd already gotten the SPX 101, the SP Authentic 101, a Finest, white border, whatever refractor 101. So that was good. I didn't have to worry about those coming up and being priced out of everything. Where Terrell Davis, he's got a huge fan base, either singularly or as a team. And then University of Georgia, it's not like that's a schlub school.
No
So,
slouch, right?
so again, having that, it's like I know I'm paying less than a lot of people. Where I'm thankful I've got all those 101s and whatnot. But at the same time, that a lot of folks don't want to go after the plates or just don't see them as desirable. I don't really either, but said before, Josh Johnson's on it. I got to go after it. It's at this point in time. There, if I don't, it's a massive detriment to the amazing collection I put together and the war chest of money I will have for whoever don't want to expire and thrown in the ditch after I die. That it's again, it'd be like somebody collecting like a Jesus Montero and just like, well, you know what? I've got 8 of the gold refractors. Another one popped up. I may as well get the 9. I don't want to, but at the same time, it's like you sort of pigeonholed into that corner.
Well, that's one thing I've always alluded to. Years ago, there was 4 main Terrell Davis collectors. So I always knew what the competition was. The minute he hit the Hall of Fame, it's like the collector base went through the roof. Because like I've always told you, I've sent you cards that have sold before.
Mm-hmm.
Ones that either I have or I don't have. And you're just sitting there scratching your head going, are you freaking kidding me? Now, I don't know if it's shill bidding type situation. I mean, you never know these days. I mean, it's a thing. But you're looking at some things and you're going, what in the world? Why would this sell for X when, I bought it for Y?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be brutally honest, I paid more for my precious metals than what the last 2 have sold for. Why is that? Well, bad timing, whatever. Do I regret what I spent? Hell no. Why would I? That was one that had eluded me in years past for whatever reason because I was a dumbass and I never bothered to get one. So did it it's like the come back and bite you in the ass type situation? Well, hey, dumbass, you should have bought this, a few years ago. You deserve to pay what you did.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't care. It was a must-have type situation. But it's like there have been so many Terrell Davis cards that have sold in this crazy freaking 2020 that I'm just like scratching my head. Like even in my prime where I was the Terrell Davis guy. I paid the premium. I was the guy. If you had something low numbered, usually I was the guy. I lost very few auctions in that prime time era. And there are things that sell for money these days that I'm like, I wouldn't touch that with a 50-foot freaking pole. I mean, that's just like stupid money. And we're not talking iconic essential credentials, precious metal gems. We're not talking about any of that stuff. I can understand that stuff selling for large sums of money. They don't come up often. They're rare. I get it. But some of this other stuff, I'm just going, these people have lost their freaking mind. I don't get
Can't
it.
argue with that. Yeah, I don't either.
Speaking of PNG, so Dave, the one that I had on my watch list,
Hmm.
it did end tonight. It didn't go as bad as what I thought it would, but I did not go after it because podcast wasn't paying attention. I think it sold for 140, 142, which isn't bad
No.
considering.
So,
But I even told you, I was like, after what I've spent this last few weeks, uh-uh. And you'll understand why, though, too, when the other card gets in.
well, and there's nothing that's coming up about 6 weeks from now, or a little under a month, or a little over a month. There's money for that. Some sort of
Huh?
Big-
holiday with a tree and.
Oh,
Yeah.
my wife and I don't exchange gifts, so
Then
How'd you
maybe
get to
the
do that?
that was an agreement that we made a long time ago. It was all about the kids.
Yeah.
So
They
we
are.
we
That's what
strict.
Kids
Trick
are
Daddy used
important.
to say too. Trick Daddy used to always say, "Trick love the kids."
Here you go. Here's your Drew Lock. Where do you go to school?
Missouri.
Yep, Mizzou.
So he's got the gold, so it matches his college uniform. I'll sell it to you. No,
I'll give you 33 cents.
I'll probably end up throwing that in your stack. What am I talking about? Oh, you're definitely getting this Elway card for sure. Are you an Elway fan?
I love him as a player. I hate him as a GM.
All right. Well, I don't have any GM cards of him, so you're in luck.
Well, they don't make those.
Why would
Yeah.
they, right?
Don't tempt them. Don't tempt
Yeah.
Panini.
Yeah, don't tempt them. That's right. That'll be the new thing. Kabooms, and now they're GM cards or like former player owner cards or whatever.
Well,
That's
remember,
what
Proset did coaches cards.
Yeah.
That Belichick is actually like one I want. And I think Bill Cowher has like a 91 Pro set that's like his rookie card too.
Yep.
Yeah, Belichick in his Browns uniform.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep. GM kabooms. Let's not go to that extreme.
It's gonna happen.
GM Kaboom.
Ay.
I like the whammies. Whammies so much funner to say.
No
I've
whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop! Press your luck.
Classic. The guy there's some guy that figured out how to like beat that show.
That doesn't surprise me.
There's like a documentary on it or something where if there was he just figured it out like from taped episodes, like in the
The
right top
timing.
corner. Yeah, when the right top corner showed a certain symbol, like that's when you hit it, and that's when it's just crazy. Like the guy that Price is Right that pretty much memorized like all the prices just because he watched it so much, and then he goes on there and he's like guessing exact prices. Yeah, funny stuff. All right, that's when I start talking about game shows. Time to go. I'm sorry, you guys can.
No, it's
chat about it.
it's coming up on midnight, and I know Dave is up at like 3:30.
It takes him like 2 hours to fall asleep, so he's
Pretty
like
much.
down to an hour basically at this point.
We hadn't
You
gone
know,
over 4 hours in some time.
I feel pretty good about being part of this. I mean, even if I wasn't here the whole time, I feel like I was.
Well, it's sort of like when I was on you and Mark a few Fridays ago.
That was more of a
Like,
mark.
okay, it ended up being me and Mark because
I was
fell
not.
into the
I was not
vortex
myself
of
that night. Yeah.
Did you have a little too many of these? Bob?
Maybe, or any fill in the blank.
It happens. It
Yeah.
happens. You're allowed.
You're an
Well,
adult.
Bob, as you know, you are always welcome.
Appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I was wondering, man. I said in a couple shows ago, you guys were like, "Yeah, we're gonna get other people on," and I've raised my hand and everything, and then I got the link tonight with no heads up. I was like, "This is the call. I'm getting the call, man."
You've been called
Honey,
up.
I was like, "Honey, I got the text. I got the link."
And she's like,
Yeah.
yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
She said, "Is there any money in it?" I said, "Nope." She's like, "All right, go have fun."
Yeah, we're still waiting for the actual legitimate sponsor money to come in.
Yeah,
It's not working so well.
should be any day now, right? Oh no. Okay, things have
I
changed.
keep trying. Like I said, Dave and I are trying to reach that YouTube stardom.
So
Fame.
you can. We should just buy subs. Like I think you can buy 1,000 subs for $39. We actually looked it up last night. You guys will be
No,
set.
no.
And they actually like it's like you can have it where it looks like it's you get between 200 and 1,000 subs over the course of like a week. It'll just like make it look like it's natural.
Our advice is free,
So far.
if you want to call it that. Do we
So
actually
far,
give
right.
advice on this podcast, Dave?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so.
Yeah.
We need to change this to two random dudes talking about nothing.
With an occasional, yeah, now an occasional third guy just adding to the nothingness.
Just have
Well,
it called
Or fourth. Well, Matt
time.
actually had some content, so yeah, we'll give Matt a pass.
So did you. So did you.
I mean, I have been, I'm out now though. Like I'll have to watch like 6 more episodes without me to develop that, that bevy of questions and like original thoughts because I'm out now. That's why I really need to get off because I'm gonna start talking about game shows again. So,
Hey, Dave, that's where we can make our money.
swag.
Get all the kids and wear Kenya or whatever to make all that stuff.
No, we don't want to do. No, we're not going to do child labor. Come on now.
I mean, it's all going to be products made in the United States, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
America.
The question is, though, Ed, what would you pay for it?
Hoodies are at least $29.99. I mean,
Yeah.
Usually.
I can draw up a logo for you guys. It'd be good to go.
No, that's what. Here we go. Here's an idea. Since JT's doing customs, we need to have JT do a custom of you and I, and that's what we put on the freaking hoodie.
Keith Shore style.
I was
Yep.
going to
Pictures of you.
say, people wear that at like the national. I know I'd get punched on or spray painted, or you get something thrown at you, or like a hot dog.
Yeah.
Fuck
Paint.
this, I don't
You'll get
do that
paint
anymore.
thrown on you.
Or we can do hashtag insert revolution on the front and then the custom cards on the back, or vice versa.
Beijing County.
We could
That's
have.
an idea.
He
That's
doesn't
an
care what
idea.
it costs. He would buy it. That's what kind of rapport. That's what kind of rapport you guys have. Price is no matter.
Could have a logo and then like our floating head from like the 63 or 64 tops rookie cards there, and then the back we'd have like the big head there, so you'd see us everywhere.
So Dave, I need you to get with Bob and JT. Let's design something.
I'll work on some mock-ups for next show, and we'll see where we'll go from there.
Hey, I'd buy one for us.
Yeah.
I would.
I mean, you're like I mean, nobody really wants to be that guy in the rock band that wears like the shirt of his own band. You don't want to be like Bon Jovi wearing a Bon Jovi T-shirt. You got to wear like some obscure band that nobody knows about. Like I could wear a Filmington shirt because he's so under the radar now, and nobody would know. But yeah, right. You don't even know who I'm talking about. He's so obscure. Um, yeah.
Hey, I'd rock the merch.
I thought about just getting a shirt made with my face on it, like huge. But I don't know if that would sell.
People would buy it.
I'd wear it.
Put
That's
on
pretty much.
See?
You gotta put in the front, like, what about Bob? And then your face is on the back, like, looking quizzical.
On my forehead, write something, So, all right, guys, I really am out of here. 1 o'clock. I had Lord Filmington. Yes, I've been dubbed. He's commented on my video before, and I've like, I don't know what to do with myself when that happens. It's like Gary V commenting on my videos. So
that's a shirt you need to have made. They'll have your face, and then have this character too.
Oh, if I could do like a Swartflix, like Filmington to Gary V type of thing, and throw Wesker Griff in the middle there somewhere. Yeah. See, this after 1 a.m. is when the real ideas start flowing.
So jot them down, Bob.
Oh yeah. I got my notebook somewhere close by for sure. Wait, I'll jot them down on this post-it note right here.
Hopefully, you write small.
All our good ideas can fit on that post-it note.
Well, you did put the limitation. Good ideas.
Yeah, right. But thanks for the invite, guys. I did enjoy this. It's much better. I enjoy just sort of being the commenter and the spectator, but it's good to be on the inside, like, because there's been many times when my opinion should have been heard, and I didn't have that voice. And then when I comment and it gets posted and you guys read it, you just don't quite capture that context of my humor or something. So to be able to come on here and do my own material was good. I appreciate that opportunity.
You're such a smart ass.
Dumb down the show a little bit. That I am. I'm very good at it.
Wait, dumb it down? What?
I've dumbed down the show a lot. It's going to take months for you guys to recuperate all that, notoriety that you guys have established.
Bullshit. What?
Just bring Carlos back on, and you guys will be right back to where you were, for sure.
Only if he actually has proper setup. That echo killed me, man.
The echo chamber. Yeah, I mean, StreamYard tells you to just wear earbuds right before you log in. Wear earbuds. I don't know.
We need to get Ed on there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get Ed on here. Yep, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, where's Uncle Vinny? He's due too,
We've got something sort of soft in the works.
All right, cool.
December. We're looking at December. He's got some business calls that he's having to be on over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, we're looking at sometime in December.
Hey, business is booming right now. That's what they say.
Yep. Headset to end his videos.
The lost credibility of the show. Carlos, you can blame me, buddy.
All right, Dave, you want to send us off?
Yes.
Take her twice.
That's Bob. That's Steve. I'm Dave.
Oh, it is tough to do that backwards.
It's tough to learn.
Dave.
If you watch some of these earlier ones, you'll see me just like.
Yeah. You know who's really good at it? Bart. Bart's really good at like this box right here. Or wait, no, this box right here. Yeah. Anyways,
So we thank Bob for joining us. We thank Matt for coming in earlier. Again, if you have any questions, comments, criticisms, whatever,
Suggestions.
suggestions. At least we got some pet peeves for next week. So again, these 2-episode topics, they're a godsend. And maybe Bob will be on next week if he's around. Maybe Mark will be on. Maybe somebody. Who knows? Carlos might be there. But
Ed.
you never know what's going to happen.
you want credibility to plummet? Have Mark on. And he knows I would say that. So.
See, there you go. Vinny just said it. Go back up. See? We're already good.
All right. I'm setting my reminder right now. Can you set a reminder a month and a half in advance? I'm doing it.
Should be able to.
Kiss my ass, Carlos. All right, Dave. Sorry. Go ahead.
So again, remember everybody, building collections is absolutely awesome. Building friendships like this, that's the thing that matters in this hobby. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Hey, guys.